Good evening at 7:01. This is Rich Ackerman. The NBA Finals resume Wednesday in Indiana after the Thunder evened that series at 1 last night. The Knicks are home once again for this one, searching for a new coach, and it appears to be heating up. According to reports, there is mutual interest with Jason Kidd. The Knicks have yet to ask permission to interview the Mavs coach. Kidd spent his final season in a Knicks uniform, and his first season as head coach in Dallas was Jalen Brunson's final one with the Mavs. Any deal between the two sides would require compensation. The Mets are off, but Pete Alonso named National League Player of the Week after the Polar Bear went on a tear with 5 home runs and 5 RBIs this week, hitting over 400 in LA and Denver. The Stanley Cup Finals resume tonight, Game 3 in South Florida, with the Oilers and Panthers even at 1. The first 2 games have both gone to overtime to be decided. And that's what's happening on Rich Ackerman. All right, it's all you.
I'll take it from here.
It's AM to AM on WFAN.
Yeah, I'm right back at it. Monday night on the Fan in New York. It's not hot outside. It's not nice outside. We don't have games on tonight. So I guess you're stuck with me. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the Fan, another 5-hour KM to AM. I know you want to talk about Jason Kidd and the Knicks. I will. My guy, Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, who had a report out there on it. Yeah, he's going to join us at 8. And then, of course, we'll talk about your Make It Happen Mets. The Metropolitans sweep the Rockies. They're doing it. Pete Alonso, never leave us. Juan Soto loves being a Met. Yeah, we'll get to that with Jim Duquette around 9 o'clock, but allow me to start here. Allow me to talk to the Yankee universe, you know. And let me start by saying the start of this season has been very fun. The pivot has worked better than expected. The Yankees are in first place. You know, they have the best player in baseball. He's Babe Ruth-like. We don't even know. We do know exactly what we're seeing with the captain. And they have a front runner for the AL Cy Young and a handful of other really good players and some good players coming on the way. But you know what? Baseball is going to baseball. It's now the second week of June. It's not early anymore. No one can call the Fan and say, well, it's early. No, it's not early anymore. So adjustments need to be made. And you got to hit refresh. How many times do I say we got to hit refresh on our information? You got to hit refresh on your information and realize what you saw in late March, April, and May need to be adjusted. So, you know, I'm just putting that out there. Like, I know where the Yankees are right now. I'm happy with the team and some things, but we're going to complain tonight. You know, the Yankees are off tonight. So this is what we do. Complain about the team, the front office, the manager, the stadium sounds, concessions at the stadium. We'll complain about the rivalry between the Red Sox. That's our long national pastime, complaining about the New York Yankees during the Yankees season. 888-808-1019. And, you know, it's not going to change anything. The Yankees are selling hella tickets. June 16th through 22nd, we'll be right back there, happy, ready to go, thinking we're going to sweep and win all those games, waiting to hear Frank Sinatra and sing it walking out the stadium at the end. But that didn't happen back-to-back games at the stadium. And I didn't go last night. I was fighting a little bit of a cold, fighting to stay awake. And around 10 o'clock, I just fell asleep knowing that they weren't about to come back and win that game. And what happened? The Red Sox, doop, they added on. And as much as I'm hearing about there not being a rivalry and this doesn't matter, it does matter. Because I think the Yankees just gave the Red Sox a little life. The Dead Sox a little life. Like, now they've called up their number one prospect, Roman Anthony, who hit a 500-foot bomb. Now they've got their quote-unquote big three in the lineup tonight, and you know what they're setting up for? See you next weekend, this upcoming weekend. See you in Beantown for Act 2. So now, after they beat you in Yankee Stadium, which you know their manager, Alex Cora, he gets up for that. This guy was pumped for that. He was so pumped to be in Yankee Stadium this weekend because it was also the Puerto Rican National Parade. Good for him. But, like, this guy's got a hard-on about facing the Yankees all the time. He was popping champagne in 2023 when they swept us. The rivalry is not dead. I don't know who deems it to be dead, but there's always little things, whether it's the universe or the baseball gods, or I don't know, right? I bet it meant something for Carlos Narvaez, who took Rodon deep. And after that, I'm like, come on, man. You know, that guy who was in the Yankee system for 9 years, that guy who we didn't think much of. Yankees don't think much of any catcher. We just let the Marlins have a catcher, the Mets could have a catcher, the Reds could have we just send our guys anywhere, whatever. I bet it meant something for him. And you know what? Specifically last night on Sunday Night Baseball, and we were due for a loss on Sunday Night Baseball, folks. America needed it. America hates the Yankees. They needed to see the Yankees lose, because we beat the Dodgers, we beat the Mets, both on Sunday Night Baseball. So, okay. Going into that game, I was on yesterday, a little Sunday sauce on the fan. And I knew about the quote because of what Jazz Chisholm put out there. I didn't care for or know this rookie Hunter Dobbins at all. I didn't care. I'm not following the Red Sox farm system. I'll now see these guys come up now, and I'm sure we're going to know all of them, from Christian Campbell to Marcelo Mayer, and I'm sure there's more guys on the way. That's another reason why this rivalry is going to be alive and well, because our NYY young boys, our baby bombers 2.0, yeah, they're going to have to deal with those young kids up in Boston. But this young kid, Hunter Dobbins, the balls on this kid. He took Ken Griffey's quote bar for bar. I didn't even realize that's who he was quoting, because it just sounds preposterous coming from a rookie. Ken Griffey Jr. can say it. And Ken Griffey Jr. had a legit reason from his pops being a Yankee. And if you know the story of what went on with Greg Nettles and everything else, whatever. But this Hunter Dobbins comes out and says, I hate the Yankees. I would rather retire than play for them. And then we learn that his pops told him that. And the Yankees' job was to humble him, which Judge did. Boop, smacked him. The silencer. Heard you were talking, heard you were popping a little. Okay, be quiet. Let me quiet that down. First pitch, you try to challenge me. And the kid said, I hope I'm fired up. I hope my velocity's up. And I said on the fan yesterday, yeah, you could throw it hard. It's going to get hit hard. And it went out. Good start. But you're supposed to humble that man and send his pops to bed upset, mad on a Sunday night. And the Yankees couldn't do it. But you know what? It's because the Yankees a lot of times play these games with themselves in the regular season, with their analytics, with their scheduled rest, and their scripts. And then they lack the ability to go off script. Hey, this is the plan. This is the bullpen budget. This is the lane for this guy. This is how many innings we've got to get out of our starters. This is whose day it is in the outfield. This is the matchup we like against this pitcher. Here's the matchup we don't like. Jazz just comes back. They cool Jazz all the way off. Jazz was in Somerset with the Patriots a week ago, but he comes back from the oblique. I get it. Kid gloves, but he's a 27-year-old freak athlete. He comes back super hot, and you got to cool him off as if he's 37 years old, as if he's DJ, which we'll get to DJ in a minute. We have to kind of back off DJ a bit instead of saying he's washed. I know, myself included, I called him the washing machine. No, La Machina lives. He's still got something in there because he's healthy. You know, they're treating Jazz like he's Paul Goldschmidt, or I don't know. He's a young guy. I think you got to change plans a bit. When Volpe is hit by pitch, you cannot decide that Jazz's scheduled rest and Volpe's need for a day, they both come out of the lineup at the same time because they both come out of the infield at the same time. I'm not doing that in the rivalry. In baseball now, we play everybody. Do it on the road against the Royals. Do it next week against the Anaheim Angels or something. I'm not doing that in the rivalry because little things go on in the rivalry. These games are always long. Some guys shine. It's just always something. It's still very much a rivalry. And you know what? I look at Aaron Boone, and I know you're going to call and criticize Aaron Boone, and he's not above reproach. Like we're talking nonstop about Tom Thibodeau losing his job in the same city. Also in the same city, we have a group with the Giants who embarrassed every single Giant fan and player in the history last year. They're safe. We can talk a little bit about Aaron Boone, and we're going to talk about Aaron Boone because it's not just the decisions that are being made this season, right? Tom Thibodeau got fired losing in the Eastern Conference Finals. Boone lost in the World Series last year, and there's moves that we talk about every day since that if things went differently, maybe this could have happened. Maybe this should have happened. And so that is going to follow it. Even though he's safe, He's got a contract extension and he's good. Yo, your job this year is to manage this team to a World Series victory. Nothing short of it. So fans are going to be hypercritical on everything from lineup construction to pulling your starters to who you bring out of the pen and their usage day to day, as well as in game. These Yankee fans, people want to paint with a bad name and say they're this and they're that. They're throwing chicken buckets on the field. Don't do that. Don't throw the chicken. Like that's the type of thing you see in the rivalry. The famous chicken bucket. Someone threw one on the field. How? If you see one of your friends going to throw his chicken bucket, you're going to knock his arm down. It weighs $30 like that, and you're going to delay the game. But anyway, with the Yankees, man, I'm okay. Like I understand where they are. But we're going to vent a little bit tonight about some starting pitching problems. And when you think about it, right, Garrett Cole was supposed to be on this team. Luis Gil was supposed to be on this team. Every series, you're not going to get Max Fried. And you know what? As much as we started to praise Carlos Rodon, he was due for a clunker. He was due to revert back in a big spot, a rubber match against a rival on the main stage. You got to know that. You got to know that. And yes, here we are losing that series. And when you look at the Yankees, losing to the Dodgers, when you look at the Yankees, going back to Boston next week, you can't lose those series. And you do have some help on the way. But also, I get it, right? The bullpen is shaky right now because Weaver is hurt. And you can't pitch Devin Williams just anywhere. I was saying this a month or two ago. It's hard to pitch him in Yankee Stadium. You bring him in, there's moans and groans. If he's not perfect, the fans turn on him. I don't know what the hell is going on with Jonathan Loaisiga now. He's home run derby. Fernando Cruz was on the IL, came back, hasn't been exactly the same. Ian Hamilton, for me, I look at Ian Hamilton as a guy that doesn't want to be in there so much so he doesn't even want to be on camera. He won't even make eye contact. You won't even see his face. You just see the top of his Yankee hat. And so moves have to be made. Decisions have to be made. Guys got to be hurried back, and things have to take shape in a different way, or you're going to get got by a Boston team that was dead. They were dead in the water. They were the Dead Sox. Their own fans were questioning a lot of things going on over there. And this series with the New York Yankees, I think, gave them a little bit of life. It gave their fans a little bit of something to rally on in June, where we're not done yet. We don't know who is who and what is what yet. 888-808-1019. Like I said, they're celebrating now. They've got a big three. Their young prospects are up. They're thinking that, we beat the Yankees. They're going to come here Father's Day weekend. We're going to beat them again. This is the most hype they've had up there in Boston in a while. Definitely with this new regime, this new era, since they last won a World Series. They're hyped about these young kids coming up. And the Yankees gave them the runway to set all this up. And you didn't have to. Step on their throats. I mean, you barely beat them Friday. But then Saturday, you take your foot off the gas, and then Friday, you and that's the thing that pisses you off too as a Yankee fan. They scored so many runs in the series. 9, 7. That's enough to win. But you got to make some better decisions. You got to have some quicker hooks, and you got to be able to go off script. It can't just always be this is the bullpen budget. Here's who's available. Oh, this guy threw yesterday. To me, if you only throw single-digit pitches the day before, you got to be available the next day. This is Major League Baseball. It's the New York Yankees, and they're missing some pieces. So 888-808-1019. We'll complain for a little bit, not the whole night. I just felt like that was needed after losing a series to the Boston Red Sox, where you got Mets fans telling you, they're not your rival. We're your rival. Look at us. Notice me over here. Because, the Mets swept the Rockies as they're supposed to do, scored 100 runs on them yesterday. So I was like, just enjoy that, handle that. We'll get to the Mets later. I want to hear from some Yankee fans. Tell me what you felt, what you thought. If you went to the stadium, if you watched these games, they were disappointing. You win the first game, mathematically, that gives you a better shot, right? I know we say that a lot about the Yankees too, losing the second game and setting up the rubber match, but I feel like they conceded the second loss. And I feel like last night it was just like, well, you get a Judge performance like that. And you get a DJ homer, and you can't lose games like that. You get those type of performances. You can't lose games like that. Rodon's got to be better, and some decisions got to be better with the bullpen. But all in all, I get it. I get it. The Yankees are in first place. They have one of the best players we've ever seen. They're one of the top teams in baseball. Everything is still on the table for them. But they should have 40 wins, and they should have won that series against the Boston Red Sox, who were struggling. And now you breathe life into these guys. You got to see them next week. So what happens? You lose to them next week. All is not lost, but hey, a sense of urgency is needed, man. Just, take some of these games serious, because we do. We get it. We know that this regular season is not going to change anything in the grand scheme of things, but as fans, like, we're paying top dollar for these premium series. We're making plans with friends and family to get to the ballpark, to show up and pack the place. And, we want to be proud about beating the Red Sox. Like, it still means something to me. That Hunter Dobbins thing rubbed me the wrong way. Like, I just think this kid came in the Yankee Stadium and, the fans didn't really boo him and didn't know anything about it. But it's the Yankees' job, right? Jazz, you talked about free smoke. Completely cooled Jazz off. Jazz made an error on Sunday Night Baseball, mic'd up. Like, man, mic up Judge in the outfield. Like, I could complain about this stuff all day. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. We'll hit the Yankees first. Again, Brandon Scoop B. Robinson will join me at 8 p.m. to talk about Jason Kidd. This might be a real thing, or maybe not. Also, Jim Duquette at 9 to talk Mets and a little Yankees. This is a 5-hour KM to AM. You've got me till midnight. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Fan. All right, we're in there. I'm working on something, Chad. I don't know if it works. See this thingamajig? I'm trying to get this to feed some audio into my MacBook. Excuse me. Sorry, I was fighting a cold. Yo, what up, man?
Yeah, you live?
Yeah. Should I mute?
Yeah, just for a second.
Okay. So I was talking to my producer about something offline. I have this app called Loopback. If there's any audio nerds in here, Loopback Audio. Let's see, pass through on, output channels. Let me see if I can add a channel. Left, right, 3 and 4, options. Yeah, so I'm working on it. I don't think this is working, though. I think I'm going to have to go to engineering, which I don't think engineering is going to engineer it for me. I've been trying to kind of figure it out myself. I'm trying to get y'all better audio, man. It's been long enough. These streams have been building and growing where people are watching them, and I'm an audio nerd myself. I'm a radio major. I worked at Guitar Center. I'm a former DJ. Like, I don't listen to anything without like the true audio, and I ain't providing that. And we're back. Like I told you, we'd come right back. KM to AM, Keith McPherson on the fan. We're going to talk about the Yankees and just complain about the series that was. And it's therapy. It's part of being a Yankee fan. And, you know, the greatest rivalry in baseball is Yankee fans versus Yankee fans. We don't agree on anything. You know, one thing I don't agree with the Yankees with right now is the City Connect uniforms. I'm wearing Air Max right now. And what they just did this year, all the teams that have a Nike City Connect uniform, they have matching Nike Air Max 270 sneakers, kicks, fresh Nikes with the Yankee logo on them that somebody didn't paint on. I would like those. I would like a pair. I'd like 2 pairs because you know they sell out, but we don't get them. We don't get them. The Red Sox get them. The Dodgers get them. Yankees, too cool for school. I get it. I get it. I get it. The Yankees will never do it because their home jerseys, which your City Connect jersey has to be the jersey you wear in your home ballpark to connect the city, right? The only other team that doesn't have a City Connect uniform doesn't have a city. The A's, they went from Oakland to Sacramento. They're waiting on Vegas. It makes sense for them to not have a jersey, right? The Yankees, though, will never change those pinstripes, not even a little bit. Oh, what are we talking about? They put a whole Star Insurance patch on the sleeve, a Nike swoosh over them. Anyway, John is in Lindenhurst, New York on the fan. What's up, John?
Cool. So I'm not gonna lie to you. I know the least about baseball. I'm a big basketball and hockey guy, and my friends have been bringing me to Yankees and Mets games the last year, and I've been to maybe 7 games in total. The Mets and the Yankees have lost every game I have been to, and I guess I'm calling because I don't know what team to support. I got my brother who's like the Yankees fan. I got, you know, I used to live near Citi Field, so I'm kind of like, oh, maybe I should be a Mets fan.
You should be a Mets fan.
I live across the street from a baseball field now. I'm so torn.
If you're telling me you're going to the game and they're losing every time, there's a team looking for fans, you should definitely go to Citi Field.
These are my Mets.
Yeah. I guess it's just funny because, I like growing up watching the Yankees. I'm not going to lie. I mean, like, I don't really know baseball that well, but like when I turned baseball on, I would just watch the Yankees, and Mets were awful my entire lifetime.
Oh, well, things have changed if you haven't heard. They've got the new George Steinbrenner as the owner. They've got the generational $765 million man. They've got a guy that they half wanted who's in conversation to be an MVP that they're going to have to pay a lot of money to keep. The grass is greener on the other side. I think, John, the more games you go to Citi Field, the more you're going to like being a Mets fan.
I see. Yeah, I heard you. Honestly, when I heard you say at 8:00 you were going to talk about the Knicks, I was kind of like, dang, maybe I should have called later because I could actually have a better conversation about that. But, you know, got me on the line already. Not a big baseball guy, trying to be. Like I said, look.
So go ahead with your Knicks thought. I'm not going to hang up on you. You got time. What are you thinking about the Knicks?
The Knicks, I honestly, how I feel about it, I feel like the Thibodeau decision, I'm not against it. I kind of feel like it was a little rushed, though, because they're kind of in a position where I don't know if they're scrambling. Jalen Brunson's playoff exit interview, he said that he was the guy. I really don't think they need to be like looking into getting Giannis or KD. I mean, I feel like they should run it back with better depth. Their depth was really the biggest issue in my opinion, and playing the starters for like 40 minutes a night a pop is kind of insane. Like I said, I understand why they did what they did, but this kind of feels like a heavy hand from from Dolan. I mean, they spent $170+ million over the course of how many years for coaches that didn't fully coach out their entire contracts, you know? So
Yeah. Thanks for the call, John. Dolan's got money to blow. Somebody had to pay for this. He was sitting there under the net, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and he had to watch them choke that away, lose that series. And for the first time, he actually had the NBA and media and people reaching out for a potential NBA Finals at the Garden. And when all of those conversations went, all those emails went back to say, you will not be hosting the finals. Never mind. He said, you know what? Somebody's responsible for this. I'm the boss, and heads have to roll. And I didn't like you anyway, Tom Thibodeau. Matt is in Woodstock, Connecticut, next up on the Fan. What you thinking about, Matt?
Keith, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm in here for the first time actually watching some college baseball, some college World Series, just because it's on.
Yeah, crazy, right? Though we got some good games for the series going on.
Yeah, this is a basketball matchup. Murray State versus Duke.
Yeah, wild, right?
I mean, not that wild, but I'm watching it. First inning, 2-0 Murray State over Duke.
Yeah, it's nuts. Then they're going to go back and forth, shot after shot.
Anywho.
I'll start off by saying thank you, Keith. I was able to, very fortunate enough to meet you on Friday at the Red Sox Yankees game in the bleachers, obviously. So thank you for that, for taking the time to take a picture.
Could have been anywhere. And I don't know. I try to ask everyone's name that I meet, but if we took a picture, yeah, it's not coming back to me. But nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, instead of getting pissed off about the 2 games, I got lucky enough to go to the first one. I wanted to ask you quick, do you have a favorite memory being in the bleachers? I know it's crazy, but besides maybe your own roll call, does something stick out for you?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Matt. I mean, me leading the roll call was nerve-wracking as hell. I honestly was one and done. I don't plan on ever doing it again. And I don't envy Mark's position, which was even written about by Bob Clappish in the article I read yesterday about how loud it is in the stadium for the Subway Series, which was a tough roll call to do, or even Boston. It's just loud. There's 47,000 people in there. Like it's hard to belt it out loud enough for the players to hear. And the whole thing in the roll call is you don't move on until the player acknowledges you, and you end up in a tight position. So to tell you the truth, like I did that and I don't plan on doing it again. That's not like a great memory of mine. It's cool that we got that on video, and I feel blessed as a Yankee fan to be like someone that has led the roll call and also has heard his name chanted in the roll call. But the best memories in the bleachers, man, are just wins. The best memories in the bleachers are when the OGs come out. The best memories in the bleachers are when it's a home run, a walk-off, a home run to take the lead, and there's just beer and popcorn in the air, and everybody's like, give me 3. Like, it's just the camaraderie of the people that sit in the bleachers. There's so many of those nights in the past, some better nights before I was on the radio, where I just was one of the creatures out there and just watching the game locked in and enjoying the stadium and enjoying the company. 888-808-1019. Shout out to anybody I've met at the stadium Friday. I'm out there early. It could have been at Stan's. It could have been at Twins. It could have been at Billy's. Could have been at the dugout. I'm all over there. And then I'm in and out of the bleachers. And shout out to the creatures, man. I mean, the creatures that sit there the entire game, some for 80 games. You know, I'm blessed now. Like, there was a time where I was getting the cheapest ticket and just sitting in the bleachers. Now I'm in Legends. I'm in the suites. WFAN hooks it up. I have a credential. Like, I couldn't have dreamed of the access and the ability that I have to move around Yankee Stadium 5, 6, 7 years ago. So anyway, back to the phones and complaining about the Yankees, or maybe not complaining about the Yankees. Let's go to Jonah in Manhattan. What's up, Jonah?
Hey, Keith, second time call. How are you?
Second time. I'm great. Thanks for making your second call.
Of course. I wanted to make 1 point on the Mets and 1 point on the Jets. First, I followed sadly in the path of Evan Roberts to be a Mets fan, a Nets fan, and a Jets fan. So when they got Juan Soto, I'm thinking, finally we got all the hype. And then the first 2 months was hard to watch. It feels like he's finally picking up the slack. I mean, yesterday, all 6 times he was up, he reached base.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I mean, he's coming along. He's Juan Soto. It was going to happen eventually. Even if it's against the Rockies, it's Juan Soto. Not good enough. Not a good enough return on investment for you.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, I mean, hopefully he's starting to look like he's going to go on a tear. So hopefully he keeps it going. And on my Jets, I feel like Fields will get us in like the 8 wins, 9 wins. So I'm happy for the improvement. But the thing I'm not happy about, 8 wins, 9 wins, it's not going to be good enough to make the playoffs. And you're going to be sitting around like the 14th pick, the 13th pick.
Oh, Jonah, the same way we didn't know that Juan Soto was going to struggle, we don't know that the Jets are going to struggle or not. We have no idea what the Jets are going to be or not be. This is a new regime, new quarterback, a new day for the Jets. They could be terrible. They could be great. They could be just good enough to make the playoffs. Don't set yourself up for failure.
No, that's not for failure. I'm assuming they're going to improve, but playoffs, 15 years, so it's kind of hard to expect that out of Fields. We hope so, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's been your whole life. You've never been alive for a Jets playoff appearance. I would hope that this is the year. You got week one. Week one, look forward to the first time ever team swapping quarterbacks, and they got to face each other out the gate. Justin Fields, former Steelers quarterback, going up against Aaron Rodgers, your former quarterback of the Jets.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that game. I have the calendar set for that game. It's gonna be that game I'm really excited for.
Coming up very soon. Thanks for the call, Jonah. Just you guys gotta cheer up. You know what? We got the young guys following Evan Roberts, and it seems like they're following in the misery. That drop is great. That's Jonah's drop. Well timed, Paulie. 888-808-1019. You know what I've noticed too? It's like, okay, Juan Soto is flipping bottles. Juan Soto is hitting. Juan Soto is, looking like he's happy, I guess. But there are people that want Yankee fans to be like, hey, have you seen Juan? We don't care. We're good. We're off that. We have other fish to fry. We're on to trying to get back to the World Series. We had our little Juan Soto return to Yankee Stadium. We did what we were supposed to do. We're off that. Like, congrats. We'll reignite the Juan Soto stuff July 4th weekend. But for now, we're trying to figure out who sucks in this bullpen, who needs to go, why decisions are made to pull starters late or put certain guys into certain positions and then not, or bring a guy out for a second inning versus not. Like, I just think with the Yankees, the more I watch them, the more I'm just like, they die hard on their decisions, and they're okay with that. They're okay with that. And I think it's because they're more afraid to go off script and die hard on rolling the dice, right? I think it's in their mind playing it safe. And you got to have a plan, of course. You got to have pregame meetings and somewhat of a script and a plan of, okay, how you're going to go about things. But when you lose, I think it's inexcusable to lose to the Red Sox in your building like that. All those runs scored, all those randoms that they played, I think it is inexcusable to take that L. And so I'm going to complain about it. 888-808-1019. Richard in Ronkonkoma is on the fan next.
Hey, what's going on?
Hosting the show.
Yeah. I want to talk about Booty. The Boot. He's a Boot. He's making mistakes with those Yankees all the time. That one game that he put that guy in the third base, why do you have to get that guy a break?
Yeah, we're stuck in spring training. I guess there's no analytics to tell them that having a good month of March doesn't matter. Pablo Reyes, I don't even know his name. Pablo Reyes is a journeyman utility guy that should not get any playing time.
Yeah, he doesn't even know how to step on third base. How's that crap? Then the next ball goes zipping right by him. I don't understand what Boone does. And then with the bullpen, oh my God, he drives me crazy with the bullpen. Sometimes I just like, what is he doing? What is he just sit there on the bench? He just goes, okay, it's about time now. Oh, let's bring this guy in. This guy comes in just blown out. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand. I'm a Yankee fan from way back. Bernie Williams my favorite player. I don't care what anybody said. Bernie Williams was one of the keys of the championship team.
Bernie's the man. Make sure you guys come out Saturday to Bernie Williams All-Star Softball Game, Ridgefield, Connecticut.
It's one, man. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And then, I want to talk about Tom Field. Just a minute. He deserves to get fired. That first game was a turning game with Indiana. You don't let them go on that freaking big fucking, excuse me.
All right. Well, this is when I remind y'all that this is a children's program. You may have heard young Jonah speak just a caller ago. We got to clean it up. I can't have you guys on air doing that. The kids are still awake. And I guess Tom Thibodeau deserved to be fired. I wouldn't say deserved. We can understand it, though. It's cutthroat in New York. It's cutthroat in sports, in the NBA. Like the Nuggets moved on from a coach that they won a championship with just a couple years ago. I won't say the guy deserved to be fired because you can make more of a case that he deserved to keep his job. But it's easy to dunk on him now. It's easy to pile on him now after the fact. Like if they fire Aaron Boone this season, you want to talk about dunks, it'll be the dunk contest. You want to talk piling on. They will have chapter and verse scriptures on all the things that Aaron Boone didn't do right. I just think it's crazy in New York. We look at the Giants. The Giants, like young Jonah was just talking about the Jets winning 8-9 games. That's what he thinks. If the Giants win half that many games, that's right around the over-under. And those guys are safe. And those guys actually bought themselves time because they got Jackson Dart now. I blame Jackson Dart too. You know why? Because they showed the picture of young Jackson Dart as a Yankee in the stadium. And then Friday, he came to the stadium with the Yankees rookies or with the Giants rookies. And you know what the Yankees did? They put their last names on the back of their jerseys. They let them walk on the field with last names over the back of the pinstripes. And Jackson Dart, who's very new around here, but used to pull up, I guess, years ago, he said, we're playing our little brothers in regards to the Red Sox. You're not playing. You're not playing for the Giants. You're not playing for the Yankees. You're walking on hallowed ground. The yard up there in the Bronx on camera talking about, yeah, we're out here about to face our little brothers. They big bro'd us. And if it wasn't for the first couple innings, like if you go back to Friday, if you go back, like if it wasn't for the hot start, the Yankees completely lost the series. Like they were saved. The difference, that Jazz Chisholm home run was the difference in the first game. You know, without that 5-run inning in the first, they lost to the Red Sox the rest of the way.
That the Jackson Dart, I've been a Yankee fan for life. That made me think of the Garrett Cole sign. And Garrett Cole, with the injury and the Tommy John surgery, it just gave me a lot of bad juju around Jackson Dart. I hope and you're a big universe guy. I hope the universe isn't telling us a message there, because I saw that picture and my mind immediately went to Garrett Cole and that situation.
Bruh, I mean, there's a long way to go with Jackson Dart. I was having a conversation today about the Giants and how their coaches are safe. Are they? And how, like, Russell Wilson, this is probably his last hurrah. And then Jameis Winston, you're going to get the good and the bad with Jameis every quarter. And then what if the Giants fans are in a rush to see their future quarterback so much that they're chanting his name? Jackson Dart, Jackson Dart. What if you're 3-10 and there's no reason to play Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson is hurt? Are you going to go off script? Are you going to change your plans and say, go get him, kid? This kid's supposed to be here to develop for a year and learn. I don't know. And he did say his favorite player was Jeter, and he grew up a Jeter fan, but like, I don't know, maybe he looked like about a 6-year-old, and I don't know how old he is. In 2008, Jeter retired in 2014. How many years did he watch Jeter as a young man? It doesn't matter. I'm just complaining about everything. All these little things that came out from the weekend, even the ump show. Saturday game, I felt like the ump just wanted to be on screen. Fox show. You know, there was a sequence of events where I think the ump got hit with the ball, Wells took one in the face, and then there was a catcher interference that stopped the game. I'm like, this is exactly how the Red Sox-Yankee series goes. Like, what are the chances that we just had both catchers, one catcher wear one off the face, the other one, the bat hit his glove, catcher's interference, and in between, the ump takes one, and it delays the game. And I'm sitting there rewinding to see where the ball hit these guys in the middle of the game. All right, let me take another call before we get to the break. AG in Newburgh, New York, on the fan.
Steve, what up, bro?
What's up, man?
Oh, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna get too crazy over the weekend here. It's just funny because when you sit back and you look at what the Yankees have been since the Boone era, these things just continue to play itself out. And I'll start with this. You mentioned it last week when we talked about the Weaver injury, the mismanagement of the bullpen. I mean, you look at just from that to the World Series Game 1 to even over the weekend, you just saw like he doesn't have a feel for when guys are in trouble to go and get them out. He doesn't press the right buttons. He brings in Loizaga last night. He gets put up. Like, why is Loizaga in that game? You know what I mean? Like, he just doesn't have a feel for the bullpen. And these things are going to continue to play themselves out over and over again because he refuses to identify that, like, sometimes, your guy's not feeling it. Yeah, you can't just, like, these guys are human beings. They're not going to be able to just adjust, and say, all right, you go from a seventh inning guy to a mop-up duty in the eighth inning. Like, he doesn't have a feel. And I find it funny because I feel like these situations keep playing themselves out. I saw it earlier. I think it was the Subway Series Sunday game with Volpe, and then last night with Jazz. What is the philosophy? I have to know. And listen, I'm a little old school. I'm kind of in the middle of this new age to old school era. But what is the Yankees' philosophy when we have bases loaded? We're so anxious to swing the first pitch. Can we see a pitch? Like last night, Jazz. Listen, you hit it. You got a sack fly, got the job done. But like, can we see a pitch? We got these. Sometimes, most of the time, you got bases loaded. You got these pitchers on the ropes. But I mean, listen, 2 out of 3. You lost. Let's go up to Boston and take care of business. But we're gonna have to identify some of these problems because if not, we're gonna see the same old story playing out, Keith.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's been a consistent theme. I don't expect it to randomly change. You just reminded me that James Rawson, the hitting coach, got thrown out Saturday. I'm like, show. As far as their approach, they're all so eager. They all want to be the guy coming around the bases, dun, 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 dun. They all want to be the Bronx Bomber to go deep and to, get to take that home run try. And then when you go back to Boone, Loizaga is supposed to be a high leverage guy, but this is what I'm looking at and thinking about. These guys, we keep using them as if they are the past version of themselves and not what we're seeing lately out of themselves. Loizaga has given up 2 home runs in 2 separate outings this month. He's supposed to be a high leverage guy, but he was on the IL and he was hurt all last year. He's like slowly coming back. Ian Hamilton was hurt. He's still slowly working back. Fernando Cruz got hurt. He's still slowly working back. But, I mean, you got who you got. At the end of the day, that is what it is. There's only a certain amount of guys, and there's a math to it. The bullpen budget, when guys throw, when guys pitch, when they got to get work, who you have, and that goes into the script and the lanes and what they do. And they don't go off script too much. There is no feel as far as the bullpen or even the starters. I feel like they left all 3 starters in too long this series. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. Taking your calls on the Yankees till we get to 8 o'clock. We'll have an interview with Brandon Scoop B. Robinson talking about J. Kidd and the Knicks. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. You know what I wanted to do? All right, let me see something. With their analytics, with their schedule, last year, do it even go off. Jazz just comes back and Jazz all the way off. Jazz Somerset with the Patriots, so she could go. Comes back from the league. I get it. Kid Gloves, 27-year-old free athlete. He comes back super hot. And he got to cool him off. As if he's 37. As if he's DJ. That Jazz all bullshit. I don't know. He's a young guy. I think he's got to change plans a bit. But Volpe is hit by pitch. He cannot decide that Jazz is scheduled rest. And Volpe need for a day. They both come out of the lineup at the same time. They both come out of the infield at the same time. I'm not doing that in the rivalry. Do it on the road against the Warriors. Do it next week against the Anaheim Angels. I'm not doing that in the rivalry. I'm posting on my Instagram and Twitter right now. Post. Okay, let's get these calls in. Keith McPherson on the fan, but I got a guest coming up. Let me see if I can get these 3 calls before we pivot to talk about the Knicks. And we've got a couple of Knicks calls that'll lead us into it. But Ian in Westchester wants to talk about the Yanks. Let's do that. Ian, what's up, man?
What's up to you? First time caller from Westchester.
Ding, ding, ding. Appreciate it.
I want to talk. You were just talking about Pablo Reyes starting a game, and we got like 4-year-old DJ LeMahieu playing still. Cabrera is injured for the year, probably. Like, do you think we need to make a move? They're talking about Goldschmidt taking reps at second base, which is a little ridiculous. He's old too. Do you think we got to make a move for? I don't know. People are saying Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who I do not want back in the Yankees.
Yeah, no more second tours. I don't need IKF. I'm backing off of DJ because he's been shutting all of us up right now. And with the $15 million they owe DJ and the 6 years he's been in the organization, they're going to keep putting him out there. We know he's old, but he's showing us he's not going out quietly. He's not done yet. Pablo Reyes should have been done, but it's because he is a guy that can play in the infield and the outfield. But like, spring training is over, and the little bit that we've seen of him in this regular season hasn't been good. There's no reason to play him. Like, I really still go back to Saturday saying, okay, if it's a scheduled off day for Jazz, go off schedule. Volpe is hurt. Do not have Peraza and Reyes in that infield. It's going to cost you. Ball will find you. And, Goldschmidt is fielding at second base, but he's not going to play second base. We'll have an issue there when Stanton comes back, because it's like, okay, Stanton comes back to DH. Ben Rice can DH and play first base. Goldie and him, we'll see what they do with that. I guess that's not a bad problem to have either, because Ben Rice has cooled off. And, Trent Grisham has cooled off. That's something I haven't even mentioned yet. Trent Grisham cooling off, and then the need to play Jason Dominguez. But Jason Dominguez had the finger injury, so they're slow playing. Him coming back, like, there's a lot of different things that they're considering. I'm not freaking out about any one thing. I'm just complaining about all the little things from the weekend that led to a loss to the Red Sox that I'm not going to minimize. I think it gave them a little juice, and we'll see if that carries over as they play Tampa. We'll see if that carries over when the Yankees face them Father's Day weekend coming up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one more question here after the Jets.
Yeah.
Fun. You think there's talk Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, they deserve that $30 million a year contract? Do we extend them for 5 years, for however long?
I don't know if it's a question for me or you. Thanks for the call, Ian. This is a new regime. Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, through their conversations with them, their meetings with them, practice and games, need to make that decision, because that's who it's going to affect. Who it's going to affect. Those guys have to make the decision, right? They didn't draft them. They didn't develop them. And I think right now they're getting the intel on them. Okay, how they move around the building, how they lead, how they practice, how they go about their business, what they said in initial meetings. That's a lot of money to give guys. Like, I don't know. Now, if you're asking me, do I think they're worth it? Yeah. I think you hit on those guys. I think those could be pillars of your franchise. I think you want to keep, right, guys that you drafted early in the first round that also became offensive and defensive rookies of the year together. I think you want to keep them. I think you want to keep them in your organization. I don't know, though. Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, they didn't want to keep Aaron Rodgers. And I said, hey, you should keep Aaron Rodgers just so you have the veteran presence. They said, no, we're good. We'll go Justin Fields, Tyrod Taylor. Mike is in Clifton Park as we get ready to shift to the New York Knicks. What's up, Mike?
Thanks for taking my Nick call. So the thing with Tibbs, I think we were ready to move move on. He didn't unlock the offense, and that's not a strength of his. So, there's nothing wrong if your coach hits a limit to go and get a new coach to unlock the team to go to the next level. That's not treating a coach bad. That's just you want to win and you have to do it. And once you recognize it, you have to move swiftly because time is of the essence. And actually a coach that really got screwed was actually your former Nets coach, Kenny A. I loved him as a coach, and they did him wrong. I mean, that's how you screw over a coach.
Worked out for him. Thanks for the call, Mike. He's a defensive coach, and I get it. There is a whole argument that has been made 100 times about now was the time, right? He's a dinosaur. He wasn't going to evolve. The offense was not going to get any better. Anybody could say, hey, Jalen, go out there and give me 40. Hey, Cat, go out there and get me 30. Okay. Let's see if you find the next guy. Let's see if the next guy does that, though. That is where we are. They better find the next guy to be able to do that, or this is going to be a point in time in history where we say, hey, maybe the coach could have evolved. Maybe he could have got him some better players. Maybe he could have, in year 2 with this group, gotten more out of him. We'll never know. Teddy's in Yonkers before we go to the break. What's up, Teddy?
Hi, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. You're great as usual. Keith, the bottom line is this. I can sum all of this controversy about Tibbs in one sentence. And you've heard it. You can satisfy some of the people some of the time, but never, ever all the people all the time.
Amen.
Apply my teaching, my coaching, your announcing, you as a commentator, politicians, the life, all everything in life. You're going to have people that will adore you, will praise you, and they will detest you and criticize you to the nth degree. I've been through it. I know what it's about. I was a math teacher. Most of the students thought I was great. Then you have some who just didn't care for my antics. And that's the way it is. And you have to just leave the school and say, Teddy, do not bring it home. I love Tibbs. I loved him. Okay? Maybe he had some flaws in dealing with using his bench more properly. Okay, that's constructive criticism, but you take it holistically. What he did for 5 years, I blame Rose for giving away 5 draft picks for Malik. What's his last name? I forgot.
McNeil Bridges. Thanks for the call, Teddy. 888-808-1019. We're about to get into that conversation now. I think we've done this now for almost a week. Yeah, hasn't it? It's been almost a week since we got the news that they fired Tom Thibodeau. And no matter what, the decision is made. So now what happens next? What is the decision as far as who replaces him? Who takes the Knicks further? Who can get them over the hump? Who can develop the offense? Who can use their bench? Is it Jason Kidd? Well, word on the street is there's mutual interest. My friend Brandon Scoop B. Robinson did some reporting on it. We're going to take this break. We're going to hit you with the update, and then we'll bring Brandon in to discuss. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this. Got the ABS ASAP shirt. I'm tired of these umps. I'm not waiting on Rob Manfred. ABS automatic balls and strikes ASAP. Enough already. Enough already. All right, let me see. Yeah, I text you Brandon's number. I didn't know if you already had it. Just any regular season, not a rivalry. No big deal to the Yankees. They rest guys, stick to the script with the bullpen, and live and die on those decisions. It's a much bigger deal to fans. Trust I know we're in first place and it's June. I host a sports talk show. We're talking game. Okay. WFAN tag. Playbook. Done. Share. No, I'm posting on my Instagram and Twitter simultaneously because I just have a system down with all this. It took me a little while. I'm live streaming right now, and my boy Gabe is in the chat. Gabe is a young content creator with his own channels. So he watches my live stream and he clips a little bit of my rant. Then he takes that, adds text over it, like captions over it, also illustrates it with, clips. And then he sends it to me and then I push it out. And while I'm live on air, people will see that. So like perfect example now, that's out there like that. And I can put it on my story and push people to listen live and to watch the live stream. Just because I come from that social media background, I know how to do all this stuff, and I'm always thinking about what to do next. It took me a while to figure out what to do here with like how to maximize my stuff digitally. I listened to Francesa say this the other day on his podcast. Someone asked him about like what pod on Francesa's pod. Somebody asked him about the change in like radio and digital, and he was saying how much he likes the podcast because he can watch the games and he can do it on his own time. Working in radio, he had to react, and now it's a different component. He's got to be on camera, and there's a whole team that puts him on YouTube and clips his stuff. And he's like, the future of radio. He's like the guy that's able to combine radio and digital all at the same time and do it well. Like, those are the guys that are going to win in the future of radio. I had more than one person be like, yo, did you hear Francesa say this? And I'm like, yeah, I heard that on the podcast. I'm like, I took that as like, that can be me. Maybe that's me. I don't think he knows who I am. But like, I have always had the digital component with all of this. I'm not responding to anybody in the chat. We got any mods in here? I see Hector is in here. I'm sure you guys are moderators are in your chat to kind of to moderate the chat. People are using profanity, saying things they're not supposed to. If people are saying Keith is ugly, his show sucks, they have the power to get him out of there. Just kind of keeping the flow of the chat room, copacetic. Shout out to Anthony threw $10 into the chat. Appreciate the donation for all our cancer survivors. Yes.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. Jay Wright said no, but Jason Kidd might not. According to reports, there is mutual intrigue between the Knicks and the Mavericks head coach in the Knicks coaching job. He is under contract right now, so the Knicks would need permission to talk to him and have yet to ask. Also, if the deal is struck, Dallas would likely require compensation. Kidd led the Mavs to the finals last year. He also coached Jalen Brunson in his final season from the Dallas. Mets and Yankees are both idle. Mets back home to open a 6-game homestand against the Nationals tomorrow night. Pete Alonso took home National League Player of the Week honors. He was on fire the last week in LA and Colorado, hitting over 400 with 5 homers and 15 RBIs. Mets hoping to extend their lead in the NL East to 5, as the Phils in action right now. They're even with the Cubs at 1 in the 5th. Yanks are headed out for a 6-game road trip, starting with 3 in Kansas City tomorrow. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals is about to get underway in South Florida with the Panthers and the Oilers even at 1. Each of the first 2 games was decided in overtime. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich. All right, I'll see you when I see you.
All right.
Okay, Doc. All right, Wes, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Inside the 8 o'clock hour on the Fan in New York. Joining me right now, my guy, Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, who covers the NBA. He's been on television. He's been on the radio. He's done podcasts, a lot of stuff. He's an insider. He's got the scoop. I'm glad he could join us tonight because I did see him getting some credit on some tweets that were saying there is some interest with Jason Kidd and the Knicks, and so much so that Jason Kidd wants that job. Let's bring in Brandon right now. Brandon, are you there? Bro, it's been a minute, man, from talking Nets days to I forget what rapper you were rolling with back in the transition SC days when you and I were both hustling in the city and we ended up in that office building together. I think like DJ Scribble was in there and were you with Scribble? That's what it was. Yo, so good. Hey, good to see you, continuing to work and grind and for us to meet on air here at WFAN.
Brandon, glad to get New York talking today, especially on Twitter, specifically about my reporting about Jason Kidd, which, kind of dates back to when Tips was let go.
So let's go there, right? Because what I was saying was, man, you can't have a plan if your plan is to fire a coach and then request the right to interview a coach from another team that could tell you that they don't want to do that. There were some reports out there that the Mavericks weren't going to let this happen. So let's start there with the Dallas Mavericks. They have to allow this to go on.
They do have to allow it to go on. And from folks that I've spoken with independently from the information that I got about Jason Kidd, simply said that you basically, anytime you have interest in a coach and a team, if they don't want to give up the right to have their coach interviewed, they usually say something. The Mavericks have been pretty silent. And it's been, a few days. It's been a weekend, and it's still pretty silent. And here we are. You look at the Houston Rockets and Ime Udoka. Automatically, all of those reports were shot down. The Rockets like their coach. They want their coach. Jason Kidd is a bit of a different story. And this is actually kind of a revisit of a conversation that Kidd and the Knicks had some years ago. So it's not like he's foreign to playing there, and he's not foreign to James Dolan. So every indication that I've gotten to directly answer your question, there is some mutual interest. And from all my reporting going back to Friday, I was told from a very reliable leak source that stated that the Mavs will leave it up to Jason Kidd to make his decision whether he actually wants to interview. And then if that does take place, the Knicks and the Mavs, if there is a hiring, we'll have to discuss compensation.
We're on the phone right now with Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, NBA insider. When I look at the Dallas Mavericks, I can't help but to look at Nico Harrison, and he is the Dallas Mavericks right now. To me, I think about fans showing up with a casket to American Airlines Arena, fans basically, outside the place saying that they quit being Mavericks fans. But then, after the Luka trade, the good fortune of that lottery ball bouncing their way and everybody feeling like they're going to draft Cooper Flagg. So why would you want to leave there? But there are some reports that people feel like it's a sinking ship. Nico might not even be safe. So let's move past from the Dallas Mavericks, and let's just say that the Dallas Mavericks, whether it's Nico, whether whoever it is, they do grant Jason Kidd this interview. I feel like he's got to be the guy. As you were just talking about, he played here. He's not foreign to the area. I think he was obviously in the mix back in 2020. You need a big name. And now these are big shoes to fill, and the expectations are higher than ever because the bar is set at you got to make the NBA Finals. Not everybody can handle that. A rookie coach like a Johnny Bryant, that would be a lot to put on his plate. I feel like it's got to go down. How long do you think this is going to take to play out? I don't think it's going to happen during these NBA Finals. Then we've got the NBA Draft. What's a timetable on when we'll know whether Jason Kidd is going to take this job or can take this job?
Well, first of all, you got the NBA Finals that are finishing up. You have a draft that's coming right around the corner. You've seen teams in the past draft without having an active head coach. It's not a mandate that you have to have that, but the actual interview process has to take place. There's no interview that has happened yet, and usually, and I can kind of say this based upon just I know how the NBA in some aspects like to run. They don't like any distractions that take away from the main event, which is the NBA Finals. And I think that's kind of why it's a little hush-hush quiet. And so with that being said, I would imagine that sometime after the finals, you'll see some sort of announcement or conversation or just some sort of acknowledgement of if it's not J. Kidd, if it's somebody else, then here we are. But I would imagine that, that would come soon after that. That's what my instincts tell me. As you know, I've often said the NBA is the new WWE. Storylines and just drama seem to follow. But I think on this one, if I'm the Knicks, I'm kind of prudent in my approach because if you're chasing a championship, you're looking to make
you're really making, not just looking to get a name and make a splash, you're really trying to make the right hire. And I'll add this specifically about Jason Kidd, and then I want to talk about some of the other candidates that are out there. But, Jason Kidd actually interviewed for that position 5 years ago when he was still a assistant coach with the Los Angeles Lakers, and James Dolan was sold on Jason Kidd. I reported this back in, I believe, July of 2020, when we were all on lockdown during the height of the pandemic. And from people that I've spoken with that are familiar with Jay Kidd's thinking, as well as just what was going on with the Lakers at the time, LeBron James was very instrumental in asking Jason Kidd to actually stay in Los Angeles. LeBron was very instrumental in getting Jay Kidd into the fold as an assistant. He really wanted him to be a head coach, and that didn't happen. Frank Vogel was, but he ended up staying. He let the Knicks knew that he wasn't going to be in the running, and the Knicks hired Frank Vogel. The Knicks hired Tom Thibodeau. Hired him as the head coach of their team, and he lasted for 5 seasons and really did a good job. And so when you look at just what Tibbs did and the replacement that's going to come in, you really got to hire somebody that has the respect of the locker room, that has a mastery of defensive schemes, but also as a player coach. And, we talked about Johnny Bryant specifically. He was one of the top 2 coaches in the running for, the Phoenix Suns job, and it didn't happen. He has a familiarity with the Knicks at large. And, he's somebody that I would take seriously. I know that all signs currently seem to be that the Knicks and Jason Kidd have mutual interest from what I reported. But there are other guys out there who could be considered as well. And, you can look at Mike Malone, someone who is familiar to the area, someone who, is from Queens by way of Seton Hall Prep in West Orange, New Jersey. But right now, again, everything seems to be pointing that there is some mutual interest and there's some formalities that have to take place between both teams if they make it happen.
Yeah, I think that they made this move and they didn't directly have one guy, but now they can cast a wider net for a few guys. We're connecting dots here. And now James Dolan's name has come up in these last few days about the part that he played in Tom Thibodeau's firing. So when you tell me that, he was part of the interview process with Jason Kidd and was sold on Jason Kidd, boom, then there's a direct connection right there. Now I want to connect a player who's out there, and it's obviously Giannis Antetokounmpo. So with Giannis floating out there and a report of a tsunami offer that the Knicks are prepared, do you think that the Knicks are trying to reunite Giannis and Jay Kidd, or do you think that these two are separate things?
For now, I'll say that it's mutually exclusive. I know that there are a lot of reports out there about Giannis, and I'm going to stick with my reporting that I had mid last month. You can check out my blog at scoopb.com. In the blog section, I specifically spoke about where Giannis would like to go. And so the Eastern Conference is where he'd like to stay, according to my reporting, and more specifically, New York and Toronto are 2 places that he has his eyes on, specifically Toronto, because of his connection to Masai Ujiri, who works in the front office with the Toronto Raptors. And Toronto is a destination that many players do enjoy. And so I know that Toronto and New York, specifically the borough of Brooklyn, are 2 places that he's had his eyes set on. I know that both teams have assets and cap space to make that happen. But I also know that in the case of Giannis, he has a very strong tie to the New York City area and the Greek community. I've done my research just in business outside of basketball, and he's very well respected, making a lot of moves that are not seen to the public per se. And he definitely has aspirations of, he's kind of at the point where he is right now, where LeBron was, where a younger version of where LeBron was when he came to Los Angeles, and it was more than just playing basketball. It was really casting his net in the production space. And Kevin, when he came to Brooklyn and did something similar, it's a combination of basketball and business interests. And so those are some of the things. And so you asked me specifically about the Knicks. He does like New York. I can tell you that. He likes Toronto also. I feel like you take things one step at a time as it relates to just the coaching more. However, I will say, because those 2 were colleagues in Milwaukee and Jay Kidd coached Giannis, there is a mutual respect. Even when Jay Kidd was let go, Giannis wanted to fight to keep Jay Kidd there. And it didn't happen that way. There was still a learning curve that Jay Kidd needed to adjust and absorb to. And I think the Lakers was definitely that learning curve that added to his development as an assistant coach with the Lakers and then coming to Dallas. But as of now, I kind of keep those mutually exclusive just because, that's just how I tend to look at those things. But I definitely think if J Kidd is brought in, he's definitely an antenna that would catch Giannis's attention.
We're on the phone right now with Brandon Scoop B. Robinson. Check out scoopbrobinson.com. His name is floating around, and it's attached to Jason Kidd, but he just mentioned two names. Well, one, Giannis with Brooklyn, and then KD. So I got to ask you those two questions. I already had that in mind anyway. So I'm a Nets fan. I don't see the Brooklyn Nets going after Giannis, but of course Giannis would want to be in New York. We saw the video of him walking around. I just feel like the Nets are not ready to win right now. So adding a Giannis at this point, like, this isn't a project. You add Giannis to a contender, and I think he wants to go to a contender. So we'll start there. Do you think there's anything in reality with the Nets making a move with the Bucks to bring Giannis to Barclays Center?
They have the assets to do so. I know that the Nets have had conversations at the deadline, but from those conversations, the teams that were offering a myriad of things just did not. They wanted more. And for the Nets, and the Nets had to give up. And I think that the Nets have been prudent in their approach. In answer to your question about Giannis, I've seen crazier things happen. I think Toronto, to me, has a stronger background, particularly having won a championship within the last 5, 6, 7 years. And also the relationship that Giannis has with Toronto's front office dating, years ago. I think that is a stronger link currently from all of the reporting that I've done, that I can tell you that. But as far as the Nets making moves, they have the assets to do so. And I'll never sell them short. The one thing I can say about the Nets specifically, and I can kind of compare it to the Knicks, is from years past, is this. There was a period in time in free agency where there were many Knicks, or rather free agents, who had pondered the Knicks, but didn't like the culture that was in Manhattan at the time with the Knicks, and specifically how Carmelo Anthony was kind of treated at certain points during the Phil Jackson portion of his tenure there. And players pay attention, and comparatively, I've heard this from players specifically that with the Nets, the way that Kevin Durant and Kyrie were handled, that didn't fit well with them. Yeah. And you ultimately saw James Harden leave for reasons that weren't necessarily as widely reported. People blamed Kyrie for Harden's departure, and really and truly it was the relationship with Steve Nash rather than it was with other people. And so I answer your question with players pay attention, players talk, and Toronto has a better track record when it comes to getting certain marquee guys. And so currently I'm leaning towards Toronto for Giannis, but again, things do change and things do happen. I have to credit Brian Lewis, who was the first to report the whole Giannis Antetokounmpo interest and mutuality. And, I do think that the Nets offer New York City, but there has to be a component that guarantees more amenities than just New York City.
Yeah, I think the Raptors have better pieces. Okay, quickly, KD to the Knicks. Hey, KD, don't you regret not choosing the Knicks? Like, I don't see KD coming to the Knicks. I don't think KD wants any parts of the Knicks, but the price is going to be right where the Knicks already put an offer out. We heard that report. They already put an offer out at the deadline. You think that's got any traction coming up here?
I mean, yeah, the Knicks portion of KD, February 4th, I reported that they had mutual interest. There were other teams that also had interest. Everything that I've gotten has been Houston primarily, as well as San Antonio. Phoenix and KD are ready to move on. And I think that those are the two teams that I'm going to stand by for now. I don't necessarily see the Knicks currently. I don't feel like you should break up that roster to just bring in KD, who at this point at 36 is still a top player. But I still think you have some chemistry in New York that I don't think you should damage. That's my opinion.
And now Brunson. The piece for me about Brunson is that, like, Brunson came out game 6 and endorsed Tom Thibodeau. And he's the captain. He's the face of the franchise, the leader of the team, arguably the best player on the team, him and Cat. I feel like the Jason Kidd move is also to appease him. I feel like the Jason Kidd move is also to put a guy that already coached him, that he has a relationship with, where it's not going to be any static. And you can't have static with this guy in the next choice. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would agree with the whole portion of appeasing Brunson, but also someone that there's a level of familiarity. Karl Anthony Towns, growing up in New Jersey, probably watched Jason Kidd at length when Kidd was a Net. Kidd was a Knick. But I also think that when you look at Jason Kidd and him having the relationship with Brunson in Dallas, and just a guy that's very well respected across the league from its players. Somebody who is a player's coach, and that brings instant credibility. I also think that for Cat and Thibodeau, they repaired their relationship and things seem to be well. I know that a lot of blame was shifted on Cat for how things ended, and I think that in this situation, perhaps there's just a new, fresh voice that is needed, and maybe if not Jay Kidd, there's some other guys that are there who will be receptive to him.
When I look at the Knicks, I don't think they're getting rid of McNeil Bridges because of what they gave up for him. Same thing with Karl-Anthony Towns. I think essentially you need to run it back with this group for year two, but they do need to change that starting five, and they also need to add to that bench. Do you have any ideas or any players, or just maybe even the idea of what kind of player the Knicks need to add to their starting five and bench to improve so that they can take the step forward and get to the finals next year?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was disappointed that they got rid of a bunch of guys in that trade.
DiVincenzo?
Yes, mainly. And that guy was the heart and soul of that team, if you ask me. And I think you need someone like a DiVincenzo. But a player right now doesn't come to mind. But you also need a slasher, a guard that's going to take over. And when I say this, I'm saying a player like, not him specifically. You need an Edwards type of player in that system. A guy that's just a jerk, a Jimmy Butler type guy. Maybe not Jimmy Butler, but a guy like that just takes over. Because I think what happens with that Knicks team specifically is you rely so much on that guard play from the point guard. Then when he gets hurt, or when the other team's best player goes off, what is your answer to go tit for tat with them? So I think they need a 2 or 3 that can kind of counter the other team's best 2 or 3.
Okay, last thing for you. I've been talking about the NBA being rigged as a joke, but conspiracy theories from the way the lottery ball bounced to even, the Heat making the Eastern Conference Finals, losing, and then going on to the finals. The Celtics doing the same the following year. The Pacers doing the same. And now the Knicks, the writing is on the wall for them making the Eastern Conference Finals and then next year taking a step forward. After we watch this finals, whether it's 5 games, whether it's 6 games, whatever, and the ratings are terrible, and we're already hearing all these criticism. I heard Joe Budden criticizing the NBA and Adam Silver for how they're presenting the finals today. They need the New York Knicks to take the next step and be in the finals next year. What are your thoughts about the NBA, how they're presenting the championship to us, and the small market teams getting there, and the hit that they've already taken on the ratings, and how much of a hit this is going to be?
Well, you're not going to like my answer because it's not going to be big city New York centric, because I travel and I see all these other smaller cities actually hate New York and LA because they feel like even though they bring quote unquote ratings, there's good basketball. And I think that when you look at the NBA Finals this year with Oklahoma, they've been consistent on.
We're going to break up this, right?
Concept, yeah. And they're doing it in a college town like Oklahoma itself. Like that city is just a dope place to watch good basketball, and so is Indiana. But I do understand the ratings. I really do like seeing Shea and Halliburton go against each other. Would I like to see New York? Of course, but I would love to see New York selfishly because I split time between New York City and northern New Jersey growing up. And I remember watching the Knicks in the 94 finals and 99, I think it was, against the Spurs and all that stuff. It'd be great just for the city at large to see them win a championship. But I just think that we're just at a point now where we've been spoiled with such great basketball, whether it's the Knicks, the Lakers, or even a slam dunk contest. Anything that is mediocre, we call it out because of social media and overexposure to media. And I think this chatter is chatter that is chatter because of social media, where people are letting those thoughts out. And, people are entitled to those opinions. But ultimately, I also think people aren't watching basketball at large because they're on their phone. Good basketball is going to always find its way. But just selfishly for locale, I'd like to see the Knicks make it to the finals. And if history repeats itself, then, next year, let's hope that they do make it to the finals.
Yeah, I would assume after James Dolan got the smell in his nose of hosting the finals this year, that they'll be hell-bent on getting back there next year. So I expect them to try and get Jay Kidd. I expect them to make a trade, make some moves in this free agency to bolster up their starting five and their bench. and then basically declare themselves as the favorites coming out of next year, where it's them, the Pacers, and the Cavs, but they should be in the conversation. Thank you for this conversation. Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, plug anything you want so people can find you out there.
Hey guys, subscribe to Scoopy Radio on streaming platforms. We have anybody from Spike Lee to DJ Khaled to the voice of Siri to a myriad of other people. We've been running 9 years now, independently produced. Also check out the Scoopy blog over at scoopb.com. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram at ScoopB. Scoop like you're scooping ice cream, the letter B. Brother, thank you for the opportunity to be myself.
Yeah, and I know you were on years ago with Evan Roberts. What was that net show called?
Actually, when I got my start with the Nets, I started at 12 years old hosting a kids radio show with Albert King and Evan Roberts called Net Slamming Planet. The show was featured on the NBA Inside Stuff with Ahmad Rashad. But yeah, I started at 12 years old doing radio with the Nets. And, since then, I've worked at any iteration. I was last at Network Television at Valley Sports Network as their lead NBA insider. I've been at MSG Networks. I've been around. The Source Magazine, anything from sports to entertainment to lifestyle. So, I build relationships with players, and if you're in New York or New Jersey, you've definitely heard my name or seen my reports. Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and a myriad of other things. So yeah, man, I've been around, and I ain't going nowhere.
I know that's right. Scoop B, appreciate you, bro. Have a good one. 888-808-1019. Yeah, Scoop is the man. I've run into him a bunch of times. I don't know why I haven't had him on sooner. Like, I had him on my Nets podcast probably 4 or 5 years ago. But then today, when the report came across, I'm like, oh, they just tagged Scoop B as the source? I know this guy. Got to tap him in and bring him into KM to AM. So if you heard anything from there that you want to discuss, 888-808-1019. We will get back to your Yankee calls as well. So Yankees and Knicks on the table right now. We're about an hour and a half into my 5-hour KM to AM. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back. All right. Yo, I can take this down. Appreciate all y'all in here. Try and get a quick bite. Okay, here we go. Back to the show. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Put this little box here to make this higher. Return to Mac. Your boy K-Mac, Keith McPherson on the fan, 888-808-1019. You know, I think it's funny because Knicks fans and Yankees fans, a lot of them are the same. And I think that there's a different standard for the Yankee fan than the Knicks fan in them. But now, welcome. It's great. New York sports, like the Mets are expected to win the World Series this year. And then the Knicks are expected to win the finals next year. The Yankees also have to win the same World Series. Who else? I mean, the expectations for the Giants or whatever don't lose 10 games in a row. That's where the bar is set. Don't completely embarrass yourselves. We've got a couple players now, like surprise us, win some games. You got the toughest schedule. The Jets are just unknown. It's been quiet around there, which is odd. So don't know what we expect of them. Maybe they can contend. What is Justin Fields going to be? Is Aaron Rodgers going to come here and have a party in MetLife? Nah, that's another thing too. I just think Aaron Rodgers is cooked. And I know he'll be in a much better coach situation, and there's some talent over there. He's got, he's got DK Metcalf and I don't know, Jalen Warren. I don't really even know who's on their offense. But anyway, I mean, I really hope the Jets do beat Aaron Rodgers. I think that'd be a sweet victory. We don't ever talk about the New York Liberty. They're the only champions around here. They're in season right now. I expect them to potentially repeat. The Rangers, cooked. Islanders, no shot. Devils, maybe the Devils bounce back and can make a run. We got the Stanley Cup on. Nobody's been talking about that around here, obviously. Because who cares? And Paul raises his hand in the back like, me? Stanley Cup just started. Panthers quickly up 1-0. I mean, from what I've heard, I haven't watched. I've seen a little bit of the highlights. I've heard they've been good matches. But what I'm saying is, like, the expectations around here are only for some teams to be a champion. And it wasn't always that way. The Mets weren't expected to win. The Knicks weren't expected to win. But now the Yankees have company as a team that was just looked at as like, yo, that's what you do. You're supposed to go to the championship. You're supposed to win. And if a coach comes up short, he's got to go. Joe Girardi came up short. And, I mean, he already had a championship in his back pocket. But it was really more so that his voice, they felt like they had to move on. And they had to get another guy to connect with the younger players. And, you know, it's crazy for one of those guys being Gary Sanchez, who I guess they thought was going to be the Yankee starting catcher until now. He fizzled out. So it's a dangerous game you play with the leader of your players and what the expectations are. We know it's championship or bust, but it can't really be that. You gotta develop things, and you gotta make the right decisions. And I don't know with this Knicks decision. I think Jason Kidd, if you can get him, is probably the home run, but you might not be allowed to hit a home run. You might have to just hit a double and hope that you can find your way home. 888-808-1019. Jack is in Westchester on the fan. Go for it, Jack. Yep.
I want to talk about the Knicks in general, a lot of offseason stuff. I feel like people are too quick to try to blow this whole thing up. We made it to Eastern Conference Finals first. I'm 19 years old. I'm young. That's my first seeing them go that far my whole life.
Yeah.
This is year one with this core. Cat could have done a little more, but again, the way he shoots, I think people are too quick to, jump on him as soon as we lost. And, I think trading for Giannis, blowing this whole thing up, I feel like it would be a stupid thing to do when it's year one. We see what Bridges can do when he was in Brooklyn. Cat is, one of the most athletic, best three-point shooting things we've ever seen. I just feel like people are jumping on too quick, and we got to give it one more run.
It's easy to do when you're mad, when you're disappointed. Somebody's got to take the blame. Somebody's got to be the fall guy. It's been Cat and then really Tom Thibodeau. But I'll say this to you, Jack. What if, you're 19 right now, and that was the best season of your life? I don't care what anybody says about it being a failure. That was the most fun you had watching the Knicks from opening tip-off to when they were eliminated. What if you – shout out to Ron Baker. His name has been popping up a lot. Exactly. What if you never get back to Eastern Conference Finals Game 6?
I don't know what I would do because I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. So,
but that's sports. Yeah.
Stronger. I think the biggest thing we have to do is reload the bench. See what the Thunder can do, the Pacers. There's no 8-9 guys deep in their bench, and we're limited to champions a lot, right?
Right. And is that Tom Thibodeau's fault? It's not. Thanks for the call, Jack. Same way when we talk about the Yankees. Is it Aaron Boone's fault that he has who he has in the bullpen? Is it Aaron Boone's fault that he has to play Pablo Reyes? I would avoid it. I would avoid that. I would lobby against that. I would fight and be like, yo, Pablo, but he's here and he can play third. And we have to rest. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the Yankees pregame conversations when they're weighing Jazz needs a rest day versus putting Pablo Reyes on the hot corner in the starting lineup. It's an obvious choice for me. Hey, let's not rest him yet. Let's push him another day or two. And is he going to tweak his oblique? I would live with that, honestly. Because that's such a freak thing if that was going to happen, versus putting Pablo Reyes out there in a game where you scored a lot of runs off Garrett Crochet. You could argue you would have been in that game with a different lineup, whatever. And then when you see Jazz go over since he had his scheduled rest, it just makes you think, I don't know, things we're thinking about, talking about, right? And now with it being June, there has to be more thinking and planning and managing because Trent Grisham is not the same Trent Grisham that popped because he was getting to play every day. Even Ben Rice has cooled off some. All of these guys, now all of a sudden DJ LeMahieu is in the fold. Jazz pretty much has to play every day. You would like to see Dominguez play a little bit more in theory. Cody Bellinger is going to be out there. And, of course, Aaron Judge is going to play. Shout out to Austin Wells, who showed himself in this series, right? Austin Wells, who a lot of people were like, hey, we need more from him. Everybody's looking for a whipping boy. If it's not Wells, it's Volpe. Really, it's Pablo Reyes right now. Pablo Reyes is the guy on the team that can't be DJ. Pablo Reyes is the guy on the Yankees right now that people are saying, no, banish him. Send him to the moon. Anyway, Moose is in Jamaica on the fan. Moose, what you thinking?
Here, Keith. I have an Aaron Judge point, and I'm going to quickly ask you a question about the Giants.
Okay.
Aaron Judge is not human. And that being said, I want you to look up the season Barry Bonds had, where he had over 230 intentional walks. It might have been 2007 or 2005 or whatever. But he had 230 intentional walks, 370, barely 30 or 40 homers, and 100-something RBIs. Right? Judge is doing that, but they're actually sort of pitching him where maybe once a game or once every 2 games, they'll get a pitch to homer off of or do damage. So I do think it's possible for him to close to 400, whether that be 370 something or 380 or 390 with almost 50 or 60 homers and 150, 60, 70 RBIs and something in the triple first from But I think it's really possible to do it because Barry Bonds did it. And Barry Bonds only batted 370 because after a while, he started to take 10 pitches, 6 pitches off the plate because he just got frustrated saying, my team's not winning. What's the point of me taking these moves?
Yeah, sorry. I think it was the 2004 season, and yeah, I'm looking up the numbers and stuff now. I mean, this is Barry.
370. Didn't he bat like 370?
Yeah, and regardless what Judge is doing, they're out there saying it's never been done before. What we're seeing, this is the first of its kind.
Basically, I'm obviously saying what he's doing now is with the pitching he's facing, whether, the 198-mile-per-hour sinker that gives it middle of the way or middle in, he's tattooing it. His hand-eye coordination, his vision is impeccable. So quickly about the Giants. As the Giants said, I'm not taking a deuce on my team. I'm kind of over the Jackson Dart drafting. Hopefully he becomes a star or whatever. We'll move on from Dable and James. But look at the schedule. Besides 2 wins, how many, without winning more than 2 games this season, look at the schedule. I don't know what to say, Steve.
I'll say that's why we watch. Thanks for the call, Moose. 888-808-1019. That is why you got to pick your spots to bet on the Giants. I know I said that one night and a Giants fan called. Matt, what are you talking about? They have the toughest schedule in the league. Why would we bet on them? I'm like, because there's going to be some spots for them to upset. They're going to be the dog in every game. And there's going to be a spot where they win a game by 1. There's going to be a spot where they create turnovers. There's going to be a spot where, I don't know, Russell Wilson does have a game. There's going to be a game where Malik Neighbors goes crazy and has 3 touchdowns. Like, I don't know, pick your spots. It's not a guarantee. And then, yeah, going back to Judge, Bob Nightingale wrote, Aaron Judge with 23 homers and a .396 batting average is the only player in modern era baseball history to produce this many homers with this high of a batting average in his team's first 64 games in MLB history. So there's no one else we can compare it to. Fireside Yankees writes, through 64 games, Aaron Judge has accumulated 5.7 wins above replacement. Only 10 hitters recorded more than a 5.7 WAR during the entire 2024 season. So, I mean, I know what we're seeing with Judge. Judge can homer twice. Judge can go off, and you still can lose. I woke up today to people saying that Judge was Chris Paul. I woke up today to people trolling Judge, saying that he's unclutch and that the homers were meaningless. They weren't meaningless. Like, that first homer of the night, like, that got your juices going. That got you into the rivalry because it was like, okay, Judge versus this rookie who basically said he'd retire before the Yankees offer him a contract, which is ridiculous in itself. How many Red Sox have come to the Yankees and vice versa? Like, this kid, I hope he makes a lot of money with the Red Sox. I hope he is a Hall of Famer with the Red Sox lifetime, because there's a 0% chance that he ever comes to the Yankees. Now they're not going to offer him. They rather challenge you on that. Go retire. But yeah, I think the first tweet I saw this morning, it was people comparing, Chris Paul hits a 3 and they're down, the meme or gif of Chris Paul hitting a late game 3 to bring the lead within, I don't know. Oh, here it is. It doesn't matter because it's not true, right? The thing about Judge is he's going to keep fighting and he's going to take the same approach and he's going to keep trying to add on in hopes that the rest of these guys follow up. I'm not mad at Judge at all. Judge is doing what he's supposed to do and some. But this is supposed to be a year where there is a team around him that can pick him up. They have had games and series where they've won it, and it wasn't because of Judge going crazy. And that's another thing with what Judge is doing. You can miss me with the Kyle Raleigh conversation. Completely miss me with it. Don't bring it to me about Kyle Raleigh being in the MVP hunt. He's this year's Bobby Witt Jr. Judge is going to win the MVP, knock on wood, if he stays healthy. Kyle Raleigh, that's great and all that. You can hit some home runs out there in Washington where nobody's watching them. Like, that's cool. Judge is doing this on the main stage, being the captain of the New York Yankees. It's a way different ball game for what he's been able to do. That also, he's doing all this on the main stage, captain of the New York Yankees, and it's never been done before. And now I know I took some calls earlier in the week about, the Triple Crown. I was mentioning that Judge, this might be the year, which would be ridiculous if this is the year Judge wins the MVP and the Triple Crown. And I took some calls like, wait. Like, he's not going to catch Kyle Raleigh in home runs. He's 3 behind him. And like a 2-homer game like you saw last night, that tied him with Ohtani. He's in second place behind Kyle Raleigh. Kyle Raleigh's got to stay healthy. Kyle Raleigh's got to continue to hit. Kyle Raleigh is hitting 372. Judge is hitting 396. Like, Judge's OPS is 1264. What are we talking about, bro? Jay is in Hoboken, New Jersey. Next up on the fan. Go for it, Jay.
Thank you. Always good to talk to you. I agree with a lot of what you're saying about Judge, and I've said the same thing to others. He's doing stuff that we've never seen before, but at the same time, if he doesn't do it in October, it's going to get really forgotten. Like you said about how the other players need to pick him up around him, I totally agree. And last week's a perfect example when they had runners in scoring position, bases loaded, 1 out, no outs, and these batters having bad at bats. I mean, Jazz got up there after the pitcher could barely throw a strike, and he swings at a low pitch, probably out of the zone, and gets a sac fly. But take a look, that's not how you make a big inning.
Yeah, they do it all the time. These guys do it all the time. I took a call earlier about the approach, and I don't think you can blame the hitting coach. It's these players being eager beavers. They see a pitch, their eyes get wide, and they think they could do something with it. They want to be the guy. They want to be the hero.
Yeah, it was frustrating. The Yankees are not going to be able to go far in the postseason if they do not get their batters to change that mentality, especially if Judge goes cold and they have no other offense.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jay. 888-808-1019. That's what I answered to the Yankees' greatest rival in modern-day times. It's hitting in October, having the right approach in October, stringing together hits and manufacturing runs in October. And that wait, you're just waiting. Here comes Judge. Now could be the time. Oh, swinging out of his shoes, K. Now, what I feel like with Judge is this is the year. And it's the year until it's not the year. This is the year that Judge is Judge. His regular season prowess carries over to October. Hopefully he has Goldie and Belly and Ben Rice and Stanton and Dominguez, Grisham, Volpe, Jazz, like these guys performing around him. We can keep talking about October and every month but October. It doesn't matter. We can't fast forward to October. It is June 9th, July, August, September. We have 4 months until we see October Judge. I just think it's pointless to talk about. It's like almost in a way to devalue what he's doing. It's almost a cheap way to take a shot at how great he is by reminding folks that he has struggled in October, which also is overplayed. We act like this guy never got a hit in October. Like he hasn't homered in October. It's overplayed. You can't get to October until you get to October. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I feel like a lot of, I don't want to say Mets fans, but a lot of anti-Yankees fans, and there's a lot of them across the country because the Yankees obviously are the Cowboys in baseball. You love them or you hate them. They want the Yankees to get to the postseason, and then they're just waiting for Aaron Judge to fail, like he's done in the postseason in the past. They're expecting it. And then if he doesn't fail, they'll find another excuse that, well, he did well, but it was only game 1. In game 7, he went 1 for 4, and that's why they lost, right? So it's all narratives and stuff, and that's kind of what we're unfortunately, dealing with. And the same thing goes with the Mets and Juan Soto, and so these are all like different narratives and stuff that gets played, obviously. But to not appreciate what this guy is doing right now, he's an alien. This is Barry Bonds level stuff. He is that damn good. This is Bonds. This is Griffey. This is peak Mike Trout before he got hurt. Like, this guy is that damn good. Witnessing greatness here. Like, that's
better than A-Rod. I guess put him next to Albert Pujols. I can't really say better than, definitely better than Albert Pujols. I just say, like, I didn't watch it. Miguel Cabrera's Triple Crown was not like this. Like, the thing about Judge is, like Hunter Dobbins last night. You want to challenge Judge throwing 98 up in the zone? That's so dumb. Like, you think you can get that by him? He's locked first AB of the game. Bye. And when he's healthy, this is what you can expect from him. He does have some games where he'll go hitless, but then he has games where he hits 2 homers. I've been in the stadium, seen him have 3-homer games. So, yeah, they just have to continue pushing forward, staying healthy, having good bats around him. It can't just be Judge. But also October, like I said, we can't get to October. By the time we get back to October, the Knicks will be back on the court, and they'll have a couple new pieces and a new head coach. We can't predict that. We have no idea what that's going to look like. And the Islanders, the Devils, the Rangers will be back on the ice with different looking teams. And we don't know what the NHL season is going to look like either. It's the same thing. We can't predict the future. That's why we talk about this stuff nonstop. You can bet on this. Go ahead and bet on who's going to win the World Series or the Yankees not winning the World Series. And you got to wait for that to cash out.
Yeah, it's crazy because you want to, like, you obviously want to get there and you want to get to the finish line and the pinnacle for, and let's just talk about the Mets and the Yankees. It's winning the World Series or bust this year, frankly, for both teams. But to not appreciate what 99 is doing, like, at what point is he going to hit 400 conversation come into play? The guy is hitting like, what is he, 395, 394? This late in the season already?
You know what, too? Yeah, it's dumb. It does. It when I see it in Yankee Stadium, when you're looking up at the, even with Goldschmidt for a little while, you know, what's Goldie hitting now? It's just crazy to see them have high batting averages like that. But Judge staying around 400 in modern day baseball is insane. It doesn't make any sense. Goldie's down to 320 now, so he's come down to earth a little bit. But yeah, and like what I'm saying, the stage that it is, him being the captain, the face of the New York Yankees, playing all these Apple TV, Fox, ESPN games. He's been doing it for years. The pressure of it, the money that he makes, having 2 MVPs, should have already had 3, having the American League home run title, him being 33 years old, people expecting a decline, and he just keeps doing it. He makes baseball look easy, and it is a very challenging game. I was going to transition here with Connor McDavid. I want to see Connor McDavid win. I want to see him hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. You notice his greatness every time you see it, but he still needs that championship. Let's go to Bill in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Bill?
Kid, how you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good. I want to throw the Stanley Cup, but I just to go back over the Judge. Last night there was no more poetic justice than listening about Dobbins and then Judge hitting that home run. It was amazing.
That exactly. That's what I'm saying. We can't say the rivalry doesn't mean anything. Like, that was theater. Like, okay, this guy ran his mouth. The first time he's got to face the best player on the Yankees, one of the best players we've ever seen. What do you get? That's the result you get.
Absolutely. And out of the Stanley Cup, I've watched the first 2 games. I don't think many people have. And this may be the most amazing Stanley Cup, 2 games in overtime, that nobody's ever cared about.
I mean, I guess we need this to go to Game 7, and then everybody will tune in.
And it's just been
I've kind of checked out on the Stanley Cup playoffs. Kind of my job to know what's going on with the Mets and the Yankees, watch those games, and was keeping an eye on the Knicks. But yeah, and I mean, even right now, like I have on TV Murray State Duke, but I have the box score up. Maybe I'll get this on because it is still 1-0 Panthers-Oilers. But I can appreciate good hockey. Going back to the Four Nations Classic, that was amazing. I watched a lot of that. Yeah, I don't want to miss out, so I'll tap in. I want to know what's going on before a potential Game 7 back and forth here. And I mean, the series is tied 1-1, and both games have been overtime games. So maybe we'll get another one of those tonight with nothing on. I'll get it on the TV in here if we can even get it. TNT, yeah, we got TNT, right? All right. Of course, Paul knows the channel. So let me get this on the TV, and then we're gonna break. And coming up next is Jim Duquette. So we can talk a little bit about the Mets as well. Keith McPherson on the fan. You know we're coming right back. I don't be watching the Stanley Cup really, like, or puck, like, after the Devils are out of it. I know Stanley Cup is the best hockey you can get, but I don't really be on it like that. I should be. All right, I'm about to eat over here. Don't mind me. How about this?
you can catch all the Duquette like info from his Twitter.
Okay.
And you can do Yankees with him too because he does the S&Y stuff.
Say, throw your questions about the Mets in the chat.
Yo, what's up?
What, he knocked the goalie on his ass? What happened
I
there?
have to see it. I think he got pushed over. I don't know. They didn't call penalty, so my guess is he got knocked in. Nope, they called it. Anybody not in the box in this game yet?
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Interest reportedly mutual. That's the latest on the Knicks and Jason Kidd talks. Now, Kidd spent the last 4 years leading the Mavericks, including a trip to the finals last year, but maybe the trade of Luka Doncic could have altered things, along with Kidd's ties to the Knicks being an integral part of the 2013 team that won 54 games. That was the final year of his career. Kidd signed a 2-year extension last year, so compensation is obviously needed. Knicks expected to formally ask permission to speak with Kidd as well. Game 3 Stanley Cup Finals series, even at once been a wild series, been a wild game. The Panthers just cashed in on a power play. It's the 7th power play of the first period. First time a team has cashed in. Brad Marchand scored 56 seconds into this one. Didn't see who scored on a Florida power play just now on this one. Carter Verhaeghe with the goal there. So the Panthers with a 2-0 advantage. Still a couple minutes left. 2:15 left in the first period, of course, series, even at 1. Both the Yankees and Mets off. Bombers hit the road for Kansas City. Begin a 3-game set with the Royals. Mets come home for the Nationals after that 5-2 7-game trip out west. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
You think I don't know that hockey? I got to see it back.
Rolling right along here, 9 o'clock, 9:03, 9:04. By the time you hear, maybe 9:05 in the big city, New York City. Joining us right now, I've had this guy on a few times. Jim Duquette joins us. You see him on SNY. You know him as the former GM. This guy's got a ton of baseball knowledge, and I want to specifically ask him about the Mets and sneak in some questions about the New York Yankees. What's up, Jim? How you feeling? And I got to plug that you're on MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM as well. So let's start with the Mets and what they just did out in Colorado. I'll say this. I hate when I hear people try to downplay an opponent because we always see teams play down to their opponent. I'm a Yankee fan, and when the Yankees went through the Royals and through the Guardians, people said, oh, they didn't play anybody. It was a cakewalk. Okay. Regular season, they go out Memorial Day weekend to Colorado. They dropped the first game to the Rockies. The Mets have handled business. They didn't lose a game to the Rockies in their building or out there. So let's start with that. Them just being up for it, knowing that we're the best team in the National League. This is the worst team in the National League. We still got to bring it and do what we got to do.
And to your point, like when you're playing Colorado, I mean, I don't know in this particular case for the Rockies if they're going to be a whole lot better later on, but they're not going to be historically bad, I don't think. So when you catch them, and this really goes for anybody, but when you catch them when they're playing at their worst, you better beat them. And other teams aren't giving in. You know, when you start looking at, when it comes to postseason, if you're ever tied for home field advantage, or you know, you see it last year, you're tied for a wild card spot, and one slot is decided by head-to-head matchups or what have you. I mean, all of these games, they all count the same, whether you win them or lose them, and especially against a team like the Rockies last year. If you saw the White Sox and how bad they were, every team in the Central, the American League Central that got in, they beat up on the White Sox. That was a major reason why they got to the postseason. So you just never know when you're playing these teams, you know, what that's going to be the deciding factor on winning or losing. You know, I mean, not too long ago, the Phillies beat up on the Rockies. That's part of the reason why they passed the Mets. So, you know, if the Mets had not won there, we wouldn't see the type of lead that we've had. So, yeah, I've always been that feeling like, man, these are hard games no matter what. You better win them, like you said. And then you kind of go down to the, all right, well, how are teams doing against above 500 teams? That's more of a measuring stick, I think, as you move on throughout the season.
We're on the phone right now with Jim Duquette, MLB analyst from MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM. Let's talk about the polar bear, Pete Alonso. I have done nothing but sing this guy's praises. I thought he was very professional with how he handled himself in the offseason. I took calls from fans that said Mark Vientos could play first base. I took calls from fans that said we're getting Vladdy anyway. I took calls from fans that talked about his body type and how he didn't deserve a long-term contract and how we got Juan Soto. But to me, If you get Juan Soto, you need somebody to hit behind Juan Soto. And with Pete, he's been dominating, and we haven't even gotten the Juan Soto as advertised. Player of the week this week with a 400 average, a 1452 OPS, hitting 5 home runs, driving in 15 runs. What can we say about Pete Alonso and how locked in he's been right now?
To your point on the winter, I always felt, even when they signed Soto, that a part of protecting the investment and making sure that Soto is, what he should be and what you're paying him to do, is you better have protection in the lineup for him, and to create, a deeper lineup than what it was looking like on paper, especially because, the second time through the league or second year through the league on Vientos, you've seen this too, like it can be a struggle for certain guys. It's obviously been that way for him too. So, you always have a guy or two that you feel like is going to take off and they don't on the offensive side. And I think that's, certainly the case with Vientos and probably Alvarez. Well, definitely Alvarez too. So, the Alonso signing for me almost would come hand in hand with Soto. It just, to me, was, and I think part of the reason why Alonso didn't get the money that he was hoping for, no question he had a down year. But secondly, most of the league thought he wasn't going to go anywhere except for the Mets anyway, and they didn't want to get into this bidding
right
with Steve Cohen, right? So I think there was a lot of factors on why he ended up where he was. Thankfully, he ended up a Met, and look at where he is now. He just passed David Wright for second place all-time home runs, and he's going to pass Straw at some point. Probably maybe at this rate might be by the All-Star break.
I predicted before the All-Star break on air. I think I called that last month. Like, hey, this guy might walk him down before he goes to another All-Star game down in Atlanta. You mentioned other teams not wanting to bid against Steve Cohen, and I think we're going to see the same thing. So there's a lot of people talking about when he hits free agency and the contract that he's going to get and him leaving the Mets potentially or him not being a Met. No. The way I see this is, okay, there won't be a qualifying offer attached to him. So sure, Scott Boras is going to go out there and shop him around and try and get the biggest offer, the most years, the highest AAV. But you just saw Steve Cohen give Juan Soto $765 million before he ever stepped in the batter's box for the Mets. This is a guy that's been the face of the Mets, will have the Mets all-time home run record that fans love. A whole generation of Mets fans came in watching this guy come up, and they don't want to see this guy leave. I think Steve Cohen goes over David Stern's head and says, no, that we got to get it done. Whatever offer he gets out, whatever the market says, whatever offer he gets out there, we've got to match it. We can't move on from Pete Alonso.
I think you're right on that. I think we've seen that with Nimmo a couple of years ago, right? To get him done, he extended the extra year. Went and got Diaz even before he got into free agency. He's been willing to spend, on other top-notch free agents. So that's the issue for me. The second thing on that is, you go back and let's take the Strawberry signing way back, in the early '90s, and when he was the all-time leader, home run leader for the Mets. He was a homegrown guy. He ends up going, back home to the Dodgers, and the Mets thought that they could move on without him. That signing was not a good one. Going to get Vince Coleman, it didn't work out for Straw that much either. And really, if you sat down there and attached, sat them down, gave them both truth serum, both Frank Cashin, who was a mentor by as the GM, and Straw, I think they would go back, and if they could do it all over again, they'd re-sign him because they realized it was probably the best fit to keep him there with the Mets. And that's almost identical to Alonso, except there's a lot more zeros at the end of it for Pete, looking ahead to his signing.
How about the Mets pitching in this pitching lab? It's almost ridiculous. I've talked about Griffin Canning and being on air when Griffin Canning signed, and we laughed it off. We looked at the Griffin Canning signing this year like them signing Adrian Hauser last year. Like, what's this guy going to be? He's not going to work out. They'll probably end up, cutting bait with him. He's been great. All of these guys have been great. I was reading a stat yesterday about how David Peterson, Kodai Senga, Griffin Canning, Clay Holmes all have under a 3.0 ERA. And like Clay Holmes was a closer at this time last year. He turned into a high leverage reliever, but then has completely transitioned into being a starter. What are they feeding these guys? What film are they watching? What type of drills are they doing? Because they are one of the best rotations in the league. And they just got Paul Blackburn back. I can't tell you how impressed I was watching him go up against the Dodgers after the Dodgers lost to the Yankees. I was sure they were going to jump all over Paul Blackburn the next day, and they did not. So what are your thoughts about, Jeremy Hefner and the Mets rotation in this pitching lab?
Yeah. I think what Jeremy has done as the pitching coach and David Stearns in the front office and the signing, that usually when you're rolling as an organization, your front office finds the players and then your coaches get the most out of them, right? And that's what the Dodgers over the years have done very, very well. Other teams have tried to copy that with some limited success. They haven't had necessarily the track record there, but I think what the Mets have been doing, and especially on the pitching side, I think is something that the rest of the league is trying to copy. It's a shorter term deals, find the value, convert guys into starters like they did Holmes, find the reclamation projects like they did Canning and McNeil the year before. There's just so many of those different stories. And what I appreciate the most in this is, Jeremy and the pitching lab, the whole pitching department, they'll find what maybe they were underutilizing to that point in their career, and they'll highlight it and tweak it and find ways for that to be more usable. So the slider for Canning in particular has been really, really good this year versus what it was, even last year. I think that's been the pitch that stands out to me. He's using it more and he's throwing it for more success. He's got a lot of swing and miss on it. So it's just, sometimes it's, with major league pitchers, it's just a minor tweak and they take off. And that's really what the Mets, I think, do very, very well here over the last couple of seasons, highlighted by Jeremy Hefner's leadership there.
Everything is turning into gold with David Stearns and Steve Cohen. I mean, even the decision to go away from the OMG Mets, not bring back Jose Iglesias, Candelita for an Act 2, and say, no, we got to see what we have with these young guys. Mark Vientos is on the IL. He was struggling a little bit, but Brett Beatty was a guy they didn't give up on, and he's had some good moments. But now enter Ronnie Mauricio. We saw that 456-foot homer he hit over the weekend. They also have Acuna, Alvarez. Obviously, Torrens and Alvarez are, kind of splitting time with Torrens getting a little more time. But what do you think about the baby Mets and the young Mets that they're letting play with these veterans and the return that they're getting and all the winning that they're doing together?
Well, so I think that one of the things that I always loved, and most GMs would tell you, like, okay, you sign big, high-profile free agents for a lot of money. It doesn't take a lot of skill, and they're obvious signings. Obviously, you have to spend the money and you have to negotiate and all that. But where you really make your money is improving the roster on the fringes, or allowing guys, young players, to come up and perform and really encourage them and boost their confidence so they can handle the major league levels. It's really difficult to come up now. Probably harder now to come to the big leagues than it ever has been because of how good the pitching is. So allowing Beatty and Mauricio now come up, right, and Vientos last year and Alvarez before that, and going out and trading for Torrens, and even Jared Young, who they got from Korea. All of those little additions, end up being feeling like it's the major transactions when you look at them in their whole with the roster, and really improving the depth and improving, I'll call it the floor too. So for the floor of the roster. So I think all of those, most of what David Stearns has done has really been successful in their signing. Very few have you seen struggle or fail. And even Taylor's been a really good addition and has developed into a really good, valuable player for them. So, there's not a lot of GMs that have had this success. The think David Stearns deserves a lot of credit for it.
How about Jeff McNeil? He's having his second annual poker showdown tonight and coming off of a 2-homer game in a weekend where he had, I think, 5 hits, 5 runs batted in. He played second base. He played center field. It's good to have Jeff McNeil back, and there's also help on the way. What do you think about McNeil's impact since he's returned?
Well, you kind of missed him, right? When he was out, sometimes, he's had, on occasion he struggled, but he's a really valuable guy that whether he's hitting, down lineup or towards the top, he's capable of doing that. There's been times where he used to protect Alonso in some of the lesser lineups that we've watched over the years of the Mets, and then, more recently hitting, 5th, 6th, 7th, anywhere in that range. Doesn't seem to matter the fact that he's been able to play center field, even in Colorado. Like, Coors Field there's a huge ton of ground to cover, and he hasn't played out of many games in center field. And he did it fairly well. So he has such value there. The versatility on the roster. When he's swinging the bat the way he has now. I mean, his slug right now is over 500. That's not expected, right? I mean, we know he's an on-base guy. He can he makes contact. His bat-to-ball skills are elite. But what he's shown with the power here, I think, has been even more unexpected.
Last Mets question as we transition into the Yankees, of course. Juan Soto, who would have thought that the guy that had all the headlines, all the attention, the largest contract in the history of the sport, would just be a guy that had to just kind of be in the background, do his part, flip a couple water bottles, smile to the camera, pose, get on base a little bit, but we don't need you to carry the team. We don't need you to be the version of yourself that you were with the Yankees. We're going to create an environment around you where multiple guys are getting it done and succeeding, and you can kind of just be a part of the crew.
I mean, it very rarely does that happen, right? When you sign that huge contract and he doesn't produce quite what you expect out of the gate. Do you see a team still have the success and the best record in the National League? That just doesn't happen very often. And, that's partly why Juan hasn't suffered the wrath of Mets fans yet to this point. That's number one. Number two, I think, there are pieces of the season and parts of games or periods of time where you're like, okay, here it comes. You can see it coming. So, it's kind of that you see the on-base percentage, or you see, power the other way, or some of those things that you're used to seeing with him. Like, okay, it sounds like, and then it doesn't happen. So all I can say is the Mets are in this position, obviously, without a ton of Juan Soto's contributions, but I would like him to hurry up and start doing what he's accustomed to do, and hurry up and do what the Mets have signed him to do. And I do think it is coming.
Yeah, I think it's coming too, and I think you kind of need an outing against the Rockies where he was on base every time. And, I think he set a record. It was his first game 6 times on base. I think you need something like that to remind yourself, like, I am who I am. And then you go into the next series, and it's warm now. There's no excuses now. And he's been fine in his last, few series. He took Kershaw deep against the Dodgers. Like, I think we are going to see pretty soon the Juan Soto that can win a game for the Mets and carry the Mets. But, we see the Aaron Judge who can win a game for the Yankees, or, not lose a game for the Yankees like last night where he has his, 2-homer performance, 3 hits, and the Yankees still lose. He's still Aaron Judge. And there's so much talk about, how Aaron Judge is doing something we've never seen before. We know that. But I think the Yankees are in a spot right now where, okay, their initial pivot and the other bats that they had in the beginning of the season, like, yeah, that replaced Juan Soto's production. But I think some guys have come down to earth. What do you expect to see around the Yankees as they approach the deadline? What do you expect to see around the Yankees as they get Stanton back? Because ultimately it can't just be Judge.
You're right. It can't just be Judge. And I think with Goldschmidt, he's having a bounce back season. I think Bellinger has shown spurts where he's been better and what you hope for. I think he's going to be a guy that's at over 800 OPS. I don't think we've seen the best of Wells yet. Volpe's been on the rise. Now they have Chisholm back, which adds depth to the lineup. Bishop's cool off a little bit, but you don't need him. Rice has been very good. Like, they have They had a lot more depth. I really liked their lineup this winter, even when they missed out on Soto. Some of the moves that Brian Cashman made. I was saying this from the very beginning that this offense I thought would be deep and maybe even deeper than it was last year. And so far, I feel like that's been the case. And let's see what happens when Stanton comes back. Then you'll have a better understanding if they really do need another offensive piece. The returns with LeMahieu have been kind of nice, but I think you got to keep the expectations down there, obviously because of all the injuries he's had in the past. So I think when I'm looking at them, I'm like, maybe they need a bullpen arm, and maybe they need some added offense. But I'd like to see what the team looks like when Stanton comes back to know for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Stanton comes back, and then you got an extra guy on the bench, and Cashman, I think, was on Sirius XM Radio, MLB Network Radio, talking about pitching. I'd like to see them add another starter and then maybe another piece or two in the bullpen, because it was the pitching that failed us this past weekend.
Yeah. He came on my show with Jim Bowden on the Sunday.
Right.
Not this past Sunday, and I think that's when you're in those shoes. I was guilty of it too. When you start naming position players, then you're looking at replacing somebody, and then you got guys looking over their shoulder sometimes. But when you talk specifically, just or generally in pitching, like, well, okay, like everyone needs another starter, everyone needs another bullpen piece or two. Like it's kind of an obvious answer, but it's also true. So you mentioned though, hopefully he will come back and pitch the way he somewhere once he's got his feet under him, pitches like he did last year. And then for me that starting pitcher is lessened a little bit, right? So there's still some things that are up there. The good news is the way they've played and the way the Mets have, it's going to be a fun summer watching both of those teams. And I think the Yankees, they're built a little differently, but I think both teams may end up getting pitching when it's all said and done, and that wouldn't be a real shocker.
That's all I got for you, Jim. Appreciate the time tonight.
All right, Keith, man, you got some big duties now. What is it? Is this a 5-hour show for crying out loud, man? Good for you, man. I have a hard time.
I'll figure it out. Thanks for the call, Jim. Jim Duquette, former MLB GM. You see him on SNY. You hear him on MLB Network Radio. Appreciate him joining us. It's a 5-hour sprint. I do this with ease. Please, child, please. We halfway through. There's nothing. Halfway through. We got the Stanley Cup on now. I still have a bunch of things in my notes I haven't gotten to. I wanted to yesterday talk about NCAA paying the athletes. We'll get to that. We're definitely going to talk Mets now. It's wide open for Mets calls, 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the Yankees and my complaints about the Yankees over the weekend and, things they need to tighten up. And we can talk trade deadline. And, of course, we're going to continue to talk about the New York Knicks as they search for their next head coach. And Jason Kidd has interest, but the Mavericks, what are they going to do? Are they going to completely blow up what they have going on and say, yeah, go ahead, you can leave? Or are they going to say, no, you're here and we don't want to help the Dallas Mavericks? Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right. Chat is still chatting. Let me tap in with you guys. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and tap that. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I was seeing this. My boy was going in. He's got a is that Mr. Met, bro? What is that? That's not even Mr. Met. He's got a baseball logo with gray Tims. You wildin', son. You really wildin'. Block your bandwagon. We live in the moment. Talk about this. Talk about the now stankies. Yeah, see, some of y'all Met fans be tripping, bro. You be so quick to celebrate the Yankees' demise when, like, hold your horses. You haven't done anything yet. You got a long way to go. You feel me? Like, let's not do that. Let's not do that. We can complain about the Yankees as Yankee fans, but you just beat the Rockies. Like, just chill out. You didn't even spell George's name right. Don't speak on the dead, buddy. You're bugging out. You're bugging out. I guess let's go Giants, man, because F the Jets and go Dolphins. Okay. Yeah, you live in the now. KG7 full. Tell us now what that means. What is KG7 full? Write it in the chat, please. We need clarification. What is KG7 full? But because the Met fan existence, is to be noticed and validated by the Yankees and Yankee fans. Like, we're over here talking about the Red Sox. We're over here talking about what they could have done better against the Red Sox, and the Mets fans are in the background like, no, we're your biggest rival. Us. You should be talking about us now. Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso. Juan Soto's just fine. Juan Soto is fine. You leave him alone. You talk about us. We're your biggest rival. We're your big bro. And we're just like, what? You're not even in mi clase. It's apples to oranges. This is JV varsity. We don't look at y'all like that. You got a long way to go. Win anything. Win anything. Win anything. I gave y'all respect when y'all won that National League pennant in 2015. Do it again. Do it again. Okay, good. We got a Mets fan posing as Patrick Ewing. Desi said this Mets fan never needs validation from the Yankees. That's the way to be. Live your own life. Scam likely. Juan Soto is a scam likely. You're right. You know what the Red Sox have done that you haven't? They've won the World Series multiple times in the 2000s. You've lost 2 World Series in the 2000s. Ding. Like, just chill, bro. We get it. We get it, bro. More good hockey. I see the Oilers scored. Looking to tie it up. 2-1 Panthers. I'm tight. This wire is not working for me, yo. I don't know what the hell to do. That's what I got to work on the rest of the time I'm in here. Uh-huh. On the other side, another 5-hour KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Some good hockey on. Now I'm watching. I think, like, before I had Jim Duquette on, I saw the goalie get knocked on his ass. Then Marco did the update, and I was like, you're not allowed to do that. He's like, they didn't call a penalty. Oh, wait, they did call a penalty. And then right after that, the Panthers scored. But then the Oilers answered back, and it was 2-1. And as we speak, the Panthers just lit the lamp again, 3-1. The Panthers are looking to not go past the third period tonight. They're like, no, tonight, no extra, no bonus. We'll beat y'all straight up. So, yeah, let's see if the Oilers can battle back. 3-1 Panthers. They've pretty much been in control of this one. 888-808-1009. We just talked to Jim Duquette about the Mets. I just think everything is coming up great for the Mets. June is their month. Is Grimace throwing out the first pitch? I don't know. I would say don't do that. But who am I? Like, the Mets have a great marketing team and strategies over there. I would say just leave it alone. Let it be. What's it? It's June 12th, right? That'll be the third game of the National Series. It won't hurt to bring him back. You got this purple seat up there. It won't hurt to bring him back. You don't have to lean into it. But it's about the fans, right? Let the fans wear their Grimace Mets merch. Let the fans live in that 2024 season. This team is better, though. This team doesn't need Jorge Lopez to throw his glove into the stands and call a team meeting and rally and then get a #1 Latin digital single to bop to and a sign for home run celebrations. They've got it. They've got it. 888-808-1009. There's nothing you can say right now. I took some calls over the weekend, like Yankee fans trying to get at Met fans. Like one Yankee fan that was trying to, like, I gave the stat about the Mets rotation having 4 starters with under 3 ERA, and he's like, no, they don't. And I'm like, wait, I'm pretty sure they do. That came from a couple sources. Then I had to check my word. I'm like, yeah, that's valid. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And then even people getting at Juan Soto, like, oh, he's singling, he's walking, he's being productive. Shout out to my boy Joey over at Billy's. He pulled up Juan Soto's Baseball Savant page. I'm like, I don't go on Baseball Savant. But he's like, hey, look at these numbers from Baseball Savant. Like, Juan Soto is still Juan Soto. It's only a matter of time. And the way I feel is like, okay, and Scott Boras even acknowledged this. I have to go pull up that article. I know I had it over the weekend. Scott Boras acknowledged the hurdle that Juan Soto had to get over as far as him returning to Yankee Stadium and how he would play in that series and not knowing exactly how the fans would receive him. You remember the Mets gave him 2 off days to mentally prepare for that. He still didn't do anything. But that's in the past now. He doesn't have to go back to Yankee Stadium now unless the New York Yankees were to meet the New York Mets in the 2025 Fall Classic. Bum, bum, bum. I doubt it happens. But if it does, I'm pulling up. I'll be there. I'll see y'all all there. 888-808-1019. Get Juan Soto to the postseason. Get Juan Soto to those big moments where other guys are going to fold, and Juan Soto is going to treat it like any other at bat, any other day. Get Juan Soto to the DS, the CS, and the World Series, and that's where you'll get your return on investment. I've seen the guy do it for the Yankees, do it for the Nationals. He's one of those guys that has a slow heartbeat when everybody else is panicking. Stefan is in Utica, New York on the Fan next. What's up, man?
Hello, Keith. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. If you were David Stearns, would you package on Vientos or Beatty or Mauricio and some other prospects in a trade for pitching or for outfield help?
I wouldn't be in a rush for outfield help. Jose Siri is going to come back at some point, I think later this month. Jesse Winker is also coming back. I was just talking about Jeff McNeil and how he is able to play center field. You got Tyrone Taylor. You got Juan Soto. You got Brandon Nimmo. You got Starlin Marte. Like, I don't know exactly what they'd be looking for. I keep hearing rumors about Jarren Duran. I don't see why the Red Sox would let him go. I would say pitching because they may want another ace-like starter. I know Manaea is coming back. And then you also want to, make sure your bullpen is ready to go. And there's some question marks with the Mets bullpen. And if there's one thing I know Stearns did last year was revamp the bullpen heading into the deadline and coming out of it to make sure that, the Mets weren't imploding. I would say if they were to move any of those young guys, it'll be for arms, for bullpen help.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Steven. Steven reminded me of Nardwar. You remember Nardwar? Is Nardwar still doing stuff? If you know, you know. Nardwar, Canadian, and up in Canada, they're cutting the game off now because the Panthers just scored again. Up in Canada, they're like, we can never win. Not again. An American team from a hot state? How do they have a hockey team in Florida that's this good?
I believe the last 5 Stanley Cups have featured the team from Florida in the final.
The Lightning. And I always talk about how when you go down there to Tampa, they're not repping the Rays like that. They're kind of repping the Bucks. But I've been in so many corners of Tampa where they got that Lightning flag. They got the Lightning logo stickers up there. And
winning will actually do, right? Actually winning champion.
Yeah, it's that simple.
Does for a fan base and for a community relatively new in the hockey. I think they both came in the early 90s. And they both teams in the last 6 years, they have been in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, it is good to win, like, because that brings in casuals, that brings in new fans, and people love to roll with the winners. 888-808-1019. Somebody call me if you know who Nardwar is, the human serviette from Canada, and we'll go back to that. But yeah, Stefan had a Nardwar type delivery about himself. But going back to what he said, yeah, the Mets have the opportunity this year to be crafty, to see who's available out there. And I don't know if they want to move any of these young guys, they can. Just make sure you get the right piece, right? Because it seems like right now, and I know it's a long way to go, it seems like right now they're not really wanting for much. Yes, in the bullpen, maybe. But I'm looking across the diamond. I'm looking like even in the outfield, I guess if you want to upgrade center field because you don't feel like the combination of Tyrone Taylor, Jose Siri, and Jeff McNeil is enough. Juan Soto isn't moving out of right field. Maybe if you're looking for another bat at DH, but I think you could play with some things. I don't really think Jared Young is a guy, but I can't knock him right now. They think he's the guy. Maybe if you're looking for a right-handed hitting DH, you just check the market. You see who's available. David Stearns is good at this. He's smart. He's crafty. They're going to add somebody at the deadline offensively, and then maybe a couple other arms as well. And again, like I said, maybe an ace, like not an ace, but like I'm not even thinking. I know how much the Mets all spoke about Sandy Alcantara. I'm saying, like, who are your game 1, 2, 3 starters for the Mets? You assume Mania comes back, he'll be one. Kodai Senga will be another one. Maybe David Peterson. Like, I just don't know if they plan on rolling Griffin Canning out there. Definitely not Tyler McGill out there. Definitely not Paul Blackburn out there. Like, they may want to, if there's a frontline starter available with postseason experience, maybe they bring him back. They'll probably go get Jacob deGrom. Yeah, they should go trade for Jacob deGrom. Zach is in Massapequa next on the Fan. Zach, what you got?
Hey, what's going on? Love the show. Always listening. I'm on the way to a men's league game tonight for hockey. I'm pissed I'm missing out on the Stanley Cup. But, Nardwar, I mean, Zach, from where I know him from, I know him from his interviews. I'm not sure if he ever did anything else where he just knows the craziest things about all the people he's interviewing, and he pulls them out, and he basically shocks them because they haven't heard the news, and they haven't heard it in 10, 15 years.
Yes. Of course, I know Nardwar. He's interviewed all the great hip-hop artists over the last 10, 15 years. He's got a quirky voice and delivery, and he wears like a weird hat and sweaters. Like, he's just a different type of dude.
Yeah, Nardwar. But anyway, to my sports point. So I'm a huge Mets fan. Actually, Nardwar should talk to Juan Soto and see why he made the change. He'd really find the truth.
Oh my! You just blew my mind with something. Nardwar interviewing Juan Soto. That has to happen. Nardwar is gonna tell us all. He's gonna get to the bottom of everything. He's gonna throw Juan Soto off.
He's actually working on it. He's been interviewing his mother and his whole family.
He's getting the dirt on Juan Soto as we speak.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so to touch on my Mets point, obviously we're humming along. And we haven't played great teams as of late besides the Dodgers, which, I'm happy with what we did. We split with them, took the season series. So that isn't big for any tiebreakers or anything like that at the end of the year. But in terms of my starting rotation for the playoffs, like you, I just started seeing this about Jacob deGrom. I am totally interested. He's been my favorite player ever since he came into the league. He's an absolute stud. The only problem is he can't always stay healthy. But if you added a guy like Jacob deGrom, or not even Jacob deGrom, but another top-end starter to this Mets rotation, we could be a really dangerous team come the postseason. Because as of right now, I don't trust Griffin Canning. I don't trust, as much as, he's been good. David Peterson, I don't know if I fully trust him in a huge spot. I don't also trust the guy we just got from the Yankees. I'm blanking on his name because I'm on the radio.
Clay Holmes.
Yeah, Clay Holmes.
You can't start Clay Holmes in the postseason. I couldn't see that. I mean, they could, but.
I agree. So I personally think, forget about the bats, forget about the outfield. We need to get a starting pitcher just to bolster this starting lineup.
Thanks for the call, Zach. Be safe out there playing hockey tonight. They're smacking guys down in Sunrise, Florida, or wherever they play with the Panthers. 888-808-1019. Yeah, go get deGrom. Like, Steve Cohen is such a people pleaser. Go get deGrom. After you passed on him a couple years ago and you were proven right, that was the right decision, right? He got hurt. He had Tommy John. He came back and go. Hey, could you imagine that? Like, what a run it would be. Pete Alonso goes and gets Darryl Strawberry's record, and that happens before or around the trade deadline in July. Then we get to the trade deadline, and deGrom is back. This is whatever you Met fans want. That's what he's here for. He said he was here to exterminate Mets fans' anxiety or something like that. He said he was trying to get all the pessimistic Mets fans out of the paint, and he has. They don't give you a reason to really be mad at them for long or doubt them for long. Sure. Could you have swept the Dodgers? Yeah, you probably should have. But, I think you can take solace in the fact that, you won the season series. So what's done is done, and that you'll have that advantage over them, however it shook out. I don't see when's the other shoe drop. Without catastrophic injuries, which you don't wish that on anybody. Lindor's playing with a broken pinky toe. He honestly avoided worse damage, but the Mets have so much depth and help coming back off the IL and the trade deadline at their disposal. In this National League, we'll see how the ball bounces in October. But, yeah, I thought that was Connor McDavid that got put on his stomach like that. Oh, did they call tripping there, Paulie? No, they didn't. Because I saw right before commercial break. Okay, and I see how he fell now. McDavid is exiting.
Which is never what you want.
Oh, well, if he's done, this game is most likely done. And then if he's out, the series is done. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens at the trade deadline. Enjoy it, Mets fans. You haven't been able to enjoy it consistently. This has been a consistently good product of the Make It Happen Mets. And June has been a good time for you back-to-back years. Knock on wood, there's no June swoon. I know Frank the Tank likes to talk about the June swoon and the Mets will never win another series and all this other stuff. Frank was wrong. This team has a lot of different guys. They are pitching way above expectations. Oh, now they're scrapping down there in Florida. Yeah, the Oilers, they're tired of this. They're fighting for – okay, McDavid is back on the bench. So what happened there? He just needed to change his skates or something? Yeah, hockey is so grimy. That the way that dude just hit him like that, they're tied up on the ground. The ref is trying to get them apart. As the guy is pulling his right arm around, he just gives the guy an extra little elbow in the back. And it's fine. It's legal. 888-808-1019. Back to the phones. We're wide open talking about the Mets, the Knicks, the Yankees, And now some puck action now that we're watching the Stanley Cup in here. And out of the 3 games, we heard about how great the first 2 were going into overtime. Well, now the Panthers are up 4-1 with 9 minutes left in the second period. Connor McDavid got shaken up, but he's back in the game. Let's see if the Oilers can make a push for this one. Ray is in Brooklyn on the Fan next. Welcome back, Ray.
Keith, thank you for having me, buddy. Keith, look, I'm about to be really tough on Jason Kidd because I don't like the news that I'm hearing about mutual interest. But I don't think with his checkered history, you can actually be too tough on a guy like this. And let me tell you what I mean, Keith. Not only will he not inspire confidence should not inspire confidence from the organization, or maybe not even the players. Luka Doncic don't even talk to this dude right now. And let me just remind people about the checkered history, right? For those who seem to have conveniently forgotten, this guy, look, the Knicks are about fit, we're about culture, we're about relationships, and everything like that, right? We've this is a long rebuild. It took long to establish and build this culture. And he doesn't belong because he's a cutthroat, scumbag, mutiny causing, woman beating, drunk driving POS. And everybody seems to forget that. And I want the Knicks to fall into this trap.
Damn, Ray. People change. He made some mistakes.
But here's the thing, though. He's done it at every level. He did it in college. He did it in high school. He did it as a player. He's done it as a coach. So, and you know what? I knew that somebody was going to give me that rebuttal, Keith. But the thing is that how many chances do you get? I don't even second chances, maybe even third chances. How many chances does this guy get? And then let me be perfectly clear. I don't want Mark Jackson, but only because he's been inactive for so long. But the guy like Mark Jackson just preaches what the Bible says. He gets condemned. Yeah, you're condemned. Like you're basically condemning.
I know it. I know what went on.
Hey, Keith, I know you can't speak about religion in the workplace, but what this guy has done is easily more disruptive and dysfunctional than what Mark Jackson did. At least Mark Jackson was actually talking the word of God, and I don't want to put that out there to as a sports station, but this guy has actually caused upheaval. He's been a snake and a cutthroat. He's hit his wife. He's pled guilty to it. He's drunk drive drunk. He pleads guilty to it. I mean, he's been convicted of these things.
But I hate to remind you, people don't care. If you can win, people don't care. Mark Jackson's been out of the league for 10 years. Kidd was in the finals last year. You know what I'm saying? If they think that you can win and you can handle it, there's mutual interest there. All it takes is the Mavericks to say, go ahead, do your bidding. And I bet you Dolan hires him.
And you know what, Keith? This is the last thing I want to say about that. I appreciate you letting me have my say. If the Knicks do get in bed with this guy and it goes backwards, I will never go spend $1 at Madison Square Garden again. I followed the team around. I went to Philly. I watched them at
Are you that much of a J. Kidd hater, or were you that much rocking with Tom Thibodeau? Understood.
I told you I was. I told you that I was disappointed. And you guys expressed the same thing. I know you were disappointed and you didn't believe he should be fired.
I mean, not my team. I don't care. But I thought it was wrong.
He does not deserve this. And like I said, he's not inspiring with what he's done. He shouldn't inspire confidence in an organization. And if the Mavericks say, go ahead, that should tell us something about him too. And the fact that Luka Doncic can't trust him, the star player, I don't understand why the hell he's even being considered.
Heard you. Thanks for the call, Ray. I don't know. All I'll say is this, J. Kidd is one of them ones. Always been. For decades now. I'm a J. Kidd fan from being a Nets fan. I thought the Nets had a chance with J. Kidd. They retired J. Kidd's jersey. I got the J. Kidd jersey. I got the All-Star jersey hanging up in my closet now as a grown man. J. Kidd came out of the Bay Area. J. Kidd going to Cal. J. Kidd, first-round draft pick. J. Kidd, that's why I talked about, damn, you don't care about your legacy with the Dallas Mavericks? No. Being a player and a coach to get them to the finals, that doesn't mean anything to you? When New York comes calling, everybody answers that call. And, he also would have a legacy as a former Knick. It was short-lived. He basically went from the Knicks bench to the Nets bench and just put a suit on. And you remember what went on back and forth with him becoming a Milwaukee Bucks coach, leaving the Nets. It didn't really work out. I don't know. I'm leaving his personal life out of it, his off-the-court things out of it, as I expect the Knicks to, because he is the splash hire. He is the name that will command respect. I think he will command respect in that locker room because all those guys know that he was a star player in this league, and all those guys know that he's a good coach in this league. He's a basketball savant. I don't know, yo. I don't think Dolan cares. People don't care. They leave all of your past transgressions and things that you do off the court, off the field, out of it if you can produce. I'm blanking on a recent story that we just had of someone where they don't care about any of that. Signed them. Boom. I think it was coming up a lot with Shedeur Sanders not being drafted. And it was like, well, this guy doesn't have any negative, bad, anything about him off the field. And he dropped that far. Meanwhile, you see players that have domestic violence, assault charges, drugs, alcohol, theft, all types of ridiculous things. And they're like, yeah, but he's fast. Yeah, he can run, he can shoot, he can throw. Not a big deal to us. We'll take our chances. 888-808-1019. Let's go to James in Rockville Center. James, you remember when J. Kidd was coaching the Brooklyn Nets? That was supposed to be a thing, right? Remember that? I think it was like a Sports Illustrated cover. I got to pull that up.
Yeah, for sure, man. I remember that. Listen, man, he was a great player for us and all that stuff, a little past my time, but, I think he could have worked out as a coach for us if we gave him a little more time and I don't know.
That was another flash in the pan, quick pop. He was supposed to coach up Darren Williams and Brooke Lopez and Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. Yeah.
No, for sure. Yeah. That's listen, man, Keith, I've been following you for a while, man. I thought when you used to do Talking Nets, I used to do that stuff. I
appreciate it.
Doing the show and everything. I listen to your shows, every time you're on, your latest.
One day, you mark my words, one day it'll make sense for me to come back with a new episode of Talking Nets. I told somebody this recently. I'm like, right now it's quiet for us, but one day it'll make sense for me to be like, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Well, that's the WFAN music, but whatever the WFA or whatever the Talking Nets music used to be, it'll be time.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. That was around that 2017. That was a good year. That was a good year to be an Nets fan.
We had a good run. We had a good run until KD, Kyrie, and all that stuff blew it up. And anyway.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of wanted to talk to you about. We got all the draft picks and stuff, but obviously there's all this buzz around the Giannis trade. Mark's trade for the superstar and all this stuff. And listen, I think we got the coach. I like Fernandez. I think it's working. I say we should just go on with the rebuild. I just want to see what you think. I'm all in on taking a couple years, developing these guys with these draft picks we finally have. And, I think that's the way we should do it. I don't know if you
I got the patience for it. I'm waiting on it because I want it done right. I like drafting, developing, and having your own players. I like that they actually have picks now. I like the patient approach because this NBA is going to shift, and I think it could shift where when they are rebuilt, when they are ready to go, let's say in another 2-3 years, they could actually have a homegrown team that they add maybe 1 or 2 star players to, and they'll be back at the top of the East again. So much of it is connected to the Knicks too, and I think it's going to create a great storyline. Like the Knicks championship window is this next 2 to 3 seasons, right? But then by the time we get to 2030, 2031, and we have those picks, if the Knicks aren't good and those become lottery, like that is going to be entertaining for the net fan, for basketball fans, for the New York Knicks versus Brooklyn Nets rivalry. So the Nets just got to, lurk in the shadows and make the right moves and don't do what you did back when you had Jason Kidd thinking you could get a quick pop with KG and Paul Pierce. And then fast forward to these last years of KD and Kyrie thinking you could, make that happen. And you got greedy and went out and got Harden and it blew up in your face. Like, have your own guys that you drafted, you developed, and add a couple pieces to them. That is the formula. That is the way.
Yeah, no, I agree 1,000%, man. And real quickly, I'm a big Yankees fan too, and I know you are as well. I mean, 27 runs and 3-game series on a homestand against Boston. It's on. You just can't have it. So, what pitchers do you think we should be shopping for at the deadline?
I don't know the names. I mean, there's been a lot of names thrown out there, and Cashman always surprises you. I feel like with the pitchers, he doesn't go and get the Luis Castillo. We end up getting the Frankie Montas. So I wouldn't expect Sandy Alcantara or Jacob deGrom. I heard someone talk about a Merrill Kelly option or maybe a Zach Gallen. I don't know the answers, but I want a starter. I want a guy that we could feel good starting a postseason game, whether he's taking the ball after Max Fried or maybe in front of Max Fried, because Max Fried is a stopper, right? You kind of want to set him up for game 2, but he's the best. He's probably going to get the ball game 1. So a starting pitcher and then a couple bullpen arms, just high leverage bullpen arms. Thanks for the call, James. 888-808-1009. It's already 10. See, I told you, this is fast. This flies, right? This is a 5-hour vehicle, and we've only got 2 hours left. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB. Okay. This is your brain on drugs. This is your brain on drugs right here. I can't imagine having any other team than the Mets in my head all day, bro. You're tweaking, bro. We're about to chill you out though. Just put you in a quick timeout, bro. Well, I think I ended up banning him. I wasn't trying to ban him. I meant to click for him to just be put in timeout, but it says KG was banned and their comments were removed. That's a sleight of hand thing. I didn't mean to ban him. I don't care that much. You saw me interacting with him. I just went to put him in timeout. Let me see if I can undo that. I was like, I don't care if you're a Met fan in here and you want to make it all about yourself. But at the same time, other people got to talk, got to chill. Like I come back. I'm like, this guy is going on and on about the Mets. We get it, yo. We get it, yo. Okay, let's see. And I see the mods are on it too. Message deleted by Hector. Yeah, you got, let's see. Put user in timeout. Let's see. I don't know. He should be able to come back. But we don't have to ban him. The only people that get banned are people that say something racist, sexist, homophobic, just like out of pocket, like that has nothing to do with sports. Like you can be in here wilding about how great the Mets are. That's perfectly fine. Just don't. Okay, I see Bourbon Legend. What's good, bro? He says 300 seconds. Oh, I see. It changes when a different mod times out somehow. So my mods are on it. I come back, I'm like, this guy's going crazy. But that's what the mods are in here for. They have the power to just pour cold water on somebody that's making it about yourself. In this community, in this chat, it's not even about me. It's about everybody and what the conversation is. Nobody can come in here and hide the conversation. But you can make it about the Mets. I've been talking about the make it happen Mets since 9. I had Jim Duquette on. We talked about Mets the entire hour. And then, of course, we got into the winter Mets. They're trying to get Jason Kidd. We've been talking more Knicks than I've ever talked on the Fan in the last 3 months. April, May, June, because they're good. That's what happens when you actually can get to the Eastern Conference Finals and then you fire the coach. You're going to be talked about on the Fan every day. In past years, once they were done, they were done. All right, let me scroll back in the chat and see where we were. See, that guy was filling the chat up with a lot of Met stuff, which it is what it is, but chill. Last time the Mets won anything, Lawrence Taylor was getting sacks for the Giants. I see you guys were handling this guy. I'll be right back. No, I didn't yet. MLB.com? MLB Twitter, okay. Catch of the year candidate. Let's see, MLB Twitter. Denzel Clark. Oh yeah, this is the ballpark for it. That's fire. You've seen Jim Edmonds. You've seen Jim Edmonds. You've seen Mike Trout. They're like there's who else? Um, Somebody that like scaled that wall before like that and gone up and get it in the big A. Yeah, he plays for the Sacramento A's. He's going viral tonight.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, could the Knicks be getting closer to Jason Kidd taking over for Tom Thibodeau? Reports are the two sides showing mutual interest. However, the Knicks have apparently not formally asked to speak with Thibodeau just yet. He, of course, left on his contract. It's been documented Kidd was not involved in the Luka Doncic trade, so we'll see if that plays any kind of factor. Another former Maverick, Don Nelson, coaching taking trumped shot in the front office. Meanwhile, coming up in the final couple seconds, and now it's done. The second period, the Panthers have taken control. 4-1 lead on. Head to the third look. Sam Bennett is these playoffs. Sam Reinhart also retaliates in the second period. Brad Marchand, Carter Verhage, the other two goals for Florida. And 4-1 Panthers head to the third period series lead. 64 degrees, tightest gas, Citrus Park, and then 70 on Marco Belletti.
Oh yeah. Inside the 10 o'clock hour on the Fan. Yo, you know what's crazy? Like I just heard Wayne on this radio station. I've told you that I think Lil Wayne is one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT. I have not played his new album yet. The internet ruined it for me already. I'm scared. I heard a little snippet of Lil Wayne where he had the part of his verse where he said something like, "When I got out of jail, rocked up bells," and it was trash. I was like, "Well, now I'm not gonna play it." Don't ruin a hero of mine. Do not tarnish a legacy. Like the other day, I think it was last week. It was June 5th, as a matter of fact, and June 5th was my friend Stanton Jones's anniversary, his wedding anniversary. First and only time I've ever been out to Milwaukee. And it happened to be the same time that the Brooklyn Nets were playing out there against the Bucks. And Time Hop put our, videos from the wedding together, and they played Drake Trophies. What's the move? Can I tell the truth? If I was doing this for you, then I have nothing left to prove. This for me though. I'm just trying to stay alive and take care of my people. And they don't have no award for that. I think I tweeted that out, and a bunch of goofies thought that was like my word. No, no, they don't have no award for that trophy. So that was a fan cave song. So my boy Stan was the White Sox cave dweller in the fan cave. We played that 2014. Should I go to Dreams with a suitcase? Anyway, follow me. So I wanted to hear the song because I had a video saved in my phone from back in Milwaukee, us at the wedding, like performing that song. Like, shout out to the dwellers. Like, if they cut on trophies, if they cut on Meek Mill, Dreams and Nightmares, like we perform it like we wrote the song. So I go into my handy dandy Tidal app. Yes, I use Tidal because I worked at Rock Nation and we used to get Tidal for free over there. And then once I built the playlist and started using the app, I'm like, I like this app better than any of the other streaming apps. So I'm still on Tidal, and they also have the function to link it to your Serato, which I'll never get to DJ, but I'm ready if need be. I go into Tidal and I play Drake trophies on search. And all it did was go on to give me random Drake and Lil Wayne songs where I was like, damn, clips, songs that I forgot about. And then I went down a Lil Wayne rabbit hole where I'm like, yo, Wayne, like, I don't want to hear 2025 version of Lil. I even saw a bar where I guess he took a shot at Jay-Z for not booking him for the Super Bowl. And if you remember, I think that's when I was talking about, like, come on. Lil Wayne not doing the Super Bowl is crazy. And it's even crazier to have Kendrick Lamar do the Super Bowl in Louisiana and New Orleans. What? And I guess, Wayne took a shot at Jay-Z about Jay-Z not seeing him. Jay-Z, if you could hear me, if you could see me, what's up with the 40-40 Club at Fanatics Fest this year? Are they gonna have another 40-40 Club in there? I was on the outskirts looking in. I was inside the Javits Center, but I could not get into the 40 Club that they had in there. WFAN was right in front of me. I'm like, who do I know? I gotta get in this year. If they're 888-808-1019. Looking forward to Fanatics Fest. I might be there all 3 days, but also the Yankees play the Orioles that weekend. I will definitely be hosting from there Saturday. I see Evans doing a live Rico Bronya. You know I'm going to be in the audience for that. I think that's cool as hell. I mean, I'm no Met fan, but these are my Mets, and I do occasionally listen to the Rico. Sometimes I'm in the YouTube chat, and I just think it's cool that Evan has a podcast. And I think BT's Unkillable podcast is going to get a stage and an opportunity too. But I just think it's cool that they get the opportunity to do a live podcast. I don't do any podcasts anymore. But if you remember correctly, I came from the podcast game into the radio. I think it's cool that Evan gets to do his Rico Bronya podcast live from Fanatics Fest. I'm going to try and catch that. And I'll just be out there running around with everybody. So, like, anyone that asked me, I know my doctor texted me today. Shout out to Dr. Ma. I didn't text you back yet. I've been working since 7:45. But, he was like, I'm thinking about bringing my kids to Fanatics Fest. Do you suggest? Hell yeah. Like, Fanatics Fest, if you like the NBA, MLB, NHL, NFL, WWE, UFC, if you like video games, if you like trading cards, if you like collectibles, if you like listening to live shows, if you like getting autographs, if you like seeing all of these people in the same place, and it's not just like that, it's like music people too. Like Travis Scott, I just told this story to my boy Joel. Travis Scott fans, I guess, have some type of forum or blog or something where they knew Travis was going to perform. I didn't know he was going to perform at Fanatics Fest. But I still went to Love Flame. I still went to the Travis Scott panel because I wanted to hear him and Michael Rubin talk about just business and how they keep evolving and creating and what they become and all this stuff. It was great to hear Travis talk about how much energy he has and ideas he has. Like Travis is a guy that has his own Jordan. He had his own McDonald's meal. He had a ridiculous run of albums and tours, and he just keeps doing different things now. He's WWE, like Travis Scott is coming out and like wrestling, like hitting people, whatever. So I have a really good seat because I get into the panel early. I'm sitting dead middle on the edge and like maybe 5 rows back from the stage. And they have the sound system in there. So I hear people like, "Yo, do a song." And I just saw a video go viral on Miley Cyrus and people were talking about, "We paid $800. We want to hear you sing." I'm not even thinking like these artists have a microphone and there is a sound system. What you gotta do, play their song. So I sat in there until it was pretty much over, and I could tell because people started stirring a little bit. People started trying to get up. Phones started going up, and they fiend, 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 fiend. And as everybody started to create a mosh pit, I was running for the exit. I'm old now. I don't even like hearing extra sounds in Yankee Stadium. I'm washed. I'm a whole dad now. There is a human being that refers to me as Dada Daddy. So I'm cooked. I don't want to be in the Travis Scott concert. I don't want to hear 5 seconds of songs in between. I know you heard that on Sunday Night Baseball last night. There's nothing we can do about it. Accept it. Sign of the times. It goes along with the pitch clock. Bruce is in Flushing on the fan. What's up, Bruce?
The Yankee fans had about this Boston series. A few of them. And before I do that, I just also want to tell my fellow Ranger fans, hold on to your hat. Because between now and the next 2 weeks, there will be 1 or 2 major trades, small ones, and some free agent acquisition. So let's see. It's crazy times for you, Link.
Okay.
Yankee fans, do not freak out about the weekend series. The Boston Red Sox are life support. I would say the dead, but there's still 100 games to go. They'll say life support about winning this division. There are 10 or 11 games back in the World column. They don't have to start pitching for 1-2 games. To me, and this is the honest truth, the only thing I think to do was lose 3 games. The fact that they dominated wasn't so much way back. Second thing, the bullpen. Yeah, the bullpen didn't have a good weekend. And part of the problem was management at various points. The other part of the problem was our bullpen is not available because of the injury to our closer and some other injuries. And so don't forget about that. About Navarez. Navarez was a good prospect, and I'm not at all surprised doing what he was doing. But Yankees didn't just give Navarez away. Bleacher and Elmo Rodriguez Cruz, who I watched over the last few weeks on my computer, they live stream love the Yankee game. This guy has 25 to 97 fastball plus a hellacious breaking ball. The last game, 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 9 Ks. And the Yankees Go website was more anti-Yankee than pro-Yankee most of the time. Says Elmo has been elected as a prospect who's coming over from Boston. I followed him this entire season. I followed the other one. So they didn't just, and they gave him away before. Remember, at the time of spring training, we didn't know what we had in the minor league. And we from strength. A big old fashioned baseball trade. If you're a good player, yes, he's a good player. But what needs to catch him?
Sure. Yeah, I think it just goes with all the other catchers that we've seen. That's why I think earlier when I ran it off, you might not have heard my open. I was talking about, the Reds have a guy, and the Rangers have a former Yankees catcher. Oh, the Mets have a former Yankees catcher. We have littered the league with catchers that we didn't want or didn't need.
Yeah, and so the Yankees could afford to lose a game. They could afford to lose it off me. But Boston is basically dead when it comes to this title. So they're not right now. I'm not scared of Florida. So I'm not scared of him, but the other one next division is Boston and Baltimore. And they're basically dead. That's number one.
I don't know. I think it's too early to say anyone's basically dead. And what I'll jump to is what I was jumping to in my open. We injected some life into the Boston Red Sox and their fan base. Now they've got their big three together. Now they called up the number one prospect in baseball, Roman Anthony, and everybody's now seen his 500 homer. And guess who we have to face this upcoming weekend in B-Town?
Yeah, again, I just want one game in Beantown. So
Not me. I guess I got too comfortable with a series winning streak. I got too comfortable thinking that like the Dead Sox were done and that the Yankees took their foot off the gas in the second game and said, Garrett Crochet, he might be tough to beat. Let's rest the left side of our infield. Let's play Pablo Reyes. Let's pitch Yarby until he can't go anymore. Because I keep saying because they fell in love with him in March, but it's June now. I think in March they saw him hit, and they also saw him play in the outfield and the infield, and they say, hey, this guy's got some value. I would guess he's going when Stanton comes back.
I would imagine so. Anything they put him in third base, he's a pitcher after.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like, okay, I guess DJ is not playing third base at all. And Peraza had to play shortstop for Volpe. But then I go back to my argument, okay, if Jazz just came back and played 4 games, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you have a scheduled rest day for him here, have a different set of plans, like change plans. Like that's not a good rest day spot. So yeah, we'll just take our left side of the infield out. We'll take 2 bats out, and we'll see how it works with Pablo Reyes and Peraza. The ball will find you, and it did.
Also, it's nice that DJ is hitting a little bit, but in the field, you can tell. So,
yes.
Somebody hit what he missed, but still one and all, doesn't myself as Jazz is out there. And the Yankees, even though he's in a big contract, I'm keeping on the team in the reserve, but the trade Torres, Jason, designed that because they have the hot shot rookie, Giannis.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez, send him, and we put Jazz back at second, and DJ come off the bench and pinch it.
Yeah, that'd be the perfect thing to do.
Yeah, because it's creaky. He's not the machine now. He's the Tin Man. He needs oil. He needs lubricant.
Yeah, and by the way, just to give the Yankee fans an update, Sam Schiller,
yeah,
he pitched the other day, 5 innings, AAA, mind you, 5 innings pitch, 2 hits, 1 run, 8 strikeouts, 85 pitches.
Okay, so he may be on the way. Who knows?
And Bill Baker pitched the other day, 4 or 5 innings, AAA, and also it was AAA. Had a good start. So, in terms of there, in case
Where in the world is Scott Efros?
in the AAA double, past week, couple weeks, they've been hitting him, but the other day, complete inning for no hits, no runs.
Okay.
Basically, he's been getting hit in the minor league.
So he's cooked. There's nothing with him. He was part of that 2022. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Bruce, you're the man. Thanks for the insight. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. Yeah, ultimately, I said, even when I ranted in the beginning of the show about complaining about the Yankees, I had a lot of fun Friday. I'll be right back there on June 16th, Judge Superman bobblehead day. I'll be there for the next one. And the one after that. And through July, August, September, and hopefully we play a whole other October again. This is what we do as Yankee fans. You overanalyze the team. You critique the team. You think that you're the general manager. This is how we pass an off day on Monday. But we can't wait to see them take on Bobby Wood Jr., the Kansas City Royals, and ALDS rematch. Billy and Bayshore on the fan next. Talk to us, Billy.
Brother, how's everything?
Great. Thank you for calling.
No problem, man. If you remember me, I was at Thursday night free night. We had a couple days early take going on. So don't meet you and also looking on Thursday.
Yes, sir.
But just call, man. I heard feedback off the last call. I think, I told my dad and what our friends that I think he had a little bit more Goldie taking some second base reps. I think you touched on it before with DJ. Like, looks like they have no interest in putting him at third base. In my opinion, I really think we got to fire him right when Stan comes back, and I think it's going to probably lose had his career. And it's always been a bullpen thing. Speaking with the bullpen, and I really think a lot of it comes down to like he doesn't push the right buttons on these bats, and might lose some of that, some of that. You lose some of that, the guy response that really divides the room.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to escape criticism. Bill, appreciate you, man. It was great meeting you. Thanks for saying what's up, and thanks for following up and calling like you said you would. So, to go back to what you're saying, there's no real validity to Goldschmidt taking grounders at second base and playing second. He's never played second. He's a first baseman. He's our first baseman. He's having a good year. I think that's just guys, getting loose. I think that's just something that they do in warm-ups. Hey, okay, go out a little bit from first base. Wait some grounders here. He's not. I don't see him as a second baseman. I wish, right? I wish Goldie was like, hey, do you know in high school I would play second base, because then that would give us flexibility where you won't have to worry as much about what do we do when Stanton comes back. But I'm not so worried about that. Stanton is going to be eased back into this thing. He wasn't playing every day last year. We were having conversations last year about him platooning, about him only facing left-handed pitching or certain pitchers. And it's like, okay, well, they're going to play the numbers. Ben Rice matches right-handed pitching. He's going to be the preferred guy against right-handed pitching, Stanton against left-handed pitching, or whatever. We'll look at if Stanton has numbers against the pitcher, if he's hit the guy well. And then, like I said, I'm interested in them having a good bench, getting late in games where, you get into a chess match with Alex Cora, and Alex Cora is sending up Marcelo Mayer, like, oh, you forgot about this kid, right? Yeah, face him now. Up. They need to have that moment where it's like, oh, you forgot about this kid. Here comes Ben Rice. Yeah, for whatever, right-handed pitcher you have coming out of the bullpen. Yeah, man. A lot of this year is like that's why I started off saying Boone is not beyond reproach. They fired Tom Thibodeau for getting to the Eastern Conference Finals after defeating the defending champs, upsetting the Boston Celtics in the biggest upset in recent NBA playoff history, New York history, and they said, not good enough, bro. You gotta go. We'll take it from here. I think Boone is safe. I think with Boone's contract extension and his relationship to the captain, to the players, like they ride for Booney because he rides for them. Never a bad word about the players. And in this modern day time, like this is not going to win. Talking down to your players, bad mouthing your players, even just being honest about your players. But I know it's going to get loud with the fans. If there are some lineups or some decisions to pull a starter too early or leave a starter in too late or go to a guy in the bullpen, like that's why you got to fortify this bullpen rotation. Cashman's got work. I don't mind that either. Right? When I said earlier the baseball is going to baseball, I've been waiting for the baseball to baseball. But like I said also, I think I got two in the group of just winning every series. Now here's some adversity. It's not going to be like the June gauntlet of last year, but the reality is baseball is going to baseball. There are going to be injuries. You're going to run into injuries and scheduled rest days. You're going to run into a bullpen budget where these guys have to throw. You have no one else. Ian Hamilton, you get paid to do a job. Go do your job. And then you're also going to come into situations that are more complex than others about how do we pitch Devin Williams in front of the home crowd? Let's keep him going good. And then also, how these guys like Ian Hamilton, like Fernando, like Jonathan Loaizaga, they were on the IL recently. They're still working back, but there is no time to work back. Right? Like, you're needed in high leverage situations. You're a high leverage reliever. We're throwing you out there. Figure it out. But the Yankees in the regular season, you know, they'll die on these decisions. So I said, I wish I could be a fly on the wall when it's them weighing the decision. Do we really need to rest Jazz, yo? That's balling right now. We really cool him off in favor of our theories and our approach to like rest. Yes. Wait. But like Volpe literally needs a rest. His arm is swollen. We can't play Volpe tonight. Let's give him a night to get some treatment. Okay, then put Jazz out there. No, I've got a deal. I've got an idea. Here's the deal. Put Peraza and Pablo Reyes. Like, how does that veto everything? How does that become the way? Pablo Reyes has been sitting on the bench. I didn't even know he was on the team a couple weeks ago. I'm like, where did that guy go? He's just around. Peraza, like, I don't know. I feel like that just that alone had bad energy and bad vibes in that game when you looked at that bottom of the order. And then when we got into all right, Yarbrough, and here's something that rears its ugly head again all the time. Like, how much can you get out of a Michael Thompson? How much can you get out of a Tim Mesa? How much can you get out of a Ryan Yarbrough? He was still against the Dodgers, and I think that's because he was with the Dodgers. He had a chip on his shoulder. He got his ring from that team, and like he knew how to attack those guys. His next outing, he goes 4 innings, gives up 9 hits, 8 runs, 8 earned. It's a homer. He kind of turns back into a pumpkin, and you see why. Hey, maybe we stretched this too far. Like the Blue Jays cut him as a reliever. We took him from a reliever to a starter, and we got some good out of him. But is he like, how long can he be that? Like, anything with guys like Grisham. Like, okay, Grisham was supposed to be your 4th outfielder. Then you made him your everyday center fielder. He had some run for a while, but now he's starting to turn back into that 200, 190 hitter that could run into some home runs, but not consistently be the guy. These are things that they have to figure. These are things that they have to sort out. And it's just baseball being baseball. But that doesn't mean we're not going to complain about it. That doesn't mean we're not going to talk about it. I think obviously some of you blame Boone too much for some things. Blame Cashman as well. I just blame baseball being baseball and them picking and choosing what hills to die on. And they're dying because they're looking at it as a regular season game against a team that's 10 games behind them. They're like, whatever, we'll see you next week. Hopefully Stanton is back. He loves to kill the Boston Red Sox. And, maybe your big 3 are great. Maybe they're not. They're a bunch of rookies. You got a long way to go. So I know the Red Sox are 8.5. Might as well be 10. Should have been 10. You know why? Should have been 10.5. The Yankees should have taken all 3 of those games. If you score that many runs, you should be able to win. 888-808-1019 is 1030. I'm up against it. Keep it on the fan, BRB. Another goal. 5-1 Panthers. This is a wrap. This is a wrap. Well, Jake Cousins is coming back. What else? What else have we not hit on? With the Yankees, we're going to run some Yankees calls for sure. I seen it. Shout out to Mike M. I seen it. What the hell? I think I had this guy muted. Like sometimes I'm in threads of conversations on Twitter, and I'm trying to read back and go back in time. Like, why is this me? I read all this stuff that people talk about without showing their names and stuff. I'm like, leave me out of this. That's what I'm currently doing right now. Let me see where this conversation goes back. And then I mute these people, and I don't ever want to click this post from an account you muted view, but I'm trying to get the context of this. What are they talking about here? Is there anything I need to chime in on, or should I just ignore it? Forget it. I'm ignoring it. It's too much work. It's too much work. I don't care. Okay. Nike did a Nardwuar collab. I'm about to get back in the chat. I realized I had YouTube open, but I didn't see no Nike Nardwuar collab. The Yankees needed, and I need to, as a matter of fact, I need to answer my damn text. Bars hooded hair dryer bond for 15. Okay, I see. I will. La 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 la. Sometimes it text, bro. Hey, yeah, I've had Keith on. I would love to get Pat. Can I go through you for that?
To the fun spot. Can you use the bathroom? Are you alright? I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, bloating, pancreatic insufficiency or EPI. Creon pancreas. Because their pancreas doesn't have enzymes.
You may increase your chance of fibrosis and colonoscopy. Aware about. Tell your doctor if it's intestinal messages code to the bowel wall. Kidney problems or worsening is one joint. Your doctor can make you or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon directed by your doctor and avoid some food. Do not chew gases. These are not all the side effects of Creon. 800-663-9110. Visit creoninfo.com to learn more. creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor to eat Creon and help.
Hey, Tinsley, why don't you use Indicator to order food for staff lunches?
Because my 46-page acronym system is so easy. I just have to salad. Where should we have delivery? Hi, with an expensive. Here's the price. Everyone's present just now for the information. No, simple.
Yo, let me get a little shameless plug in here, bros. McPhersonbrand.com. First tab. I'm dropping the merch link in here. Peruse, check it out. You can get you one of these ABS ASAP jump offs. It's got the like umpire from the scorecards. Always got that shady side look on his face, like that was a ball. ABS ASAP. Something we can all agree upon. It doesn't matter what team you root for. You got to agree with that. Check out McPhersonbrand.com and the merch link. All right, back to the show. And let's get it. Yeah. Luda's another GOAT too, but they never put Luda in the GOAT conversation. If you were around a certain age when Ludacris went from radio and selling CDs out of the back of his trunk to like the mainstream, Ludacris had a good run of albums, hit records. He's still doing it. Shout out to Ludacris. Anyway, keep McPherson on the fan. Radio to I don't have a mixtape out yet. I don't have any singles. I don't have any albums. I've kicked some raps on the fan. I'm due for another one. But they take time. They take time. I rarely ever freestyle off the head. I have a couple times on here. But it's better if I like go to the notes app, write a couple bars, and then we play a rejoin beat, and then I just start rapping. And I'd rather surprise you with that. I'd rather you not necessarily know that's coming. But most people know when I'm on a Friday, there's a heightened chance a freestyle Friday is coming. Maybe this Friday, but I'll tell you right now, I don't have anything written. And the way my life is, like I told my son, I was like, bro, I used to have so much more time for music. DJing, rapping, writing raps, going to concerts, going to shows before I had a kid. Someone's got to give. All right, let's get back to it. Someone's got to give with this Panthers game, the Stanley Cup game. This is a tough one for Canada. It's 5-1 now. Like I said, the Panthers are not letting up. They're like, no, we're not giving y'all any extra. Not this time. Nope. They figured something out tonight, and the Panthers are rolling. And we're rolling with the calls and stuff, just looking at the New York Yankees, and analyzing something. Like, we understand where we are. We're in first place. We understand we've got a little bit of a lead. We've got great players on this team. And what I said was, hey, this year has been much better to start than a lot of people anticipated and expected. There were people saying that they were done with the Yankees because they didn't sign a free agent that was with them for a year. There are people saying you're never going to get back. You're never going to be able to replace. Okay. So far, very good. I think the biggest concern is the pitching right now. Between Will Warren, Ryan Yarbrough, and Carlos Rodon, like I'd welcome Marcus Stroman back. I'd welcome a Marcus Stroman start back in the mix. Will Warren or Yarbrough, it depends who we're facing, and it depends what Stroman's looking like. He's working his way back, and he's with the team. He's expected back. Let's see. Marcus Stroman, left knee inflammation. Due back in June. He tossed 40 pitches of 5 EP June 5th. Because if you move Yarbrough back into the bullpen, that gives you some more options there. Everything this weekend was about starting pitching, how long the starting pitching was allowed to go, and then what buttons were pushed with the bullpen after that. And as much as, Boone said that the Red Sox had on their hitting shoes, so did the Yankees. The Yankees scored 7 runs, and 9 runs. That should be able to win you a series. Maybe not sweep the series, but you would figure it'd be enough to win the series. So these are good problems to have because there is help on the way. Not Marcus Stroman, but he's on the way. But Luis Steele is on the way. Stanton is on the way. Jake Cousins is a high leverage reliever on the way. And then also the trade deadline is on the way. And you want them to feel a sense of urgency around that date. You want them to feel like, hey, we've got a few things that we could improve. So let's get back to it. 888-808-1019. Val is in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, Val? Yes, sir. Welcome back.
My man. I got 2 Yankee points that I want to give you, but just let me say a couple of things really quickly. You said something about being washed. My man, wait till Jackson, you like another 10, maybe 12 years, and he's sitting in the court, you're taking him somewhere like the Little League game, and you're sitting there like, dude, you have to have the radio so loud. Can you turn that down?
He already controls the car radio. We got to listen to every Blippy song. These songs they're the most basic songs, but he jams them like it's the first Wu-Tang album.
I told you I got my daughter. She's grown now, but even when she was younger, bro, you get in the car, she jumps in the front seat. The first thing she did was listen to the radio. So you gotta give them that. And then one point before I get into my Yankees. That's why I love talking to you, brother, even when we disagree. I spoke to you today on the Sunday show, and I made you were talking about the Knicks, and I got off to listen to your answer And you know what? As much as I still believe what I believe, and it's hard for us to disagree, I did appreciate your counterpoint. Your consensual. The edge is always somewhere in the middle. And that's why I like having conversations with you because,
Yeah.
Aware.
Hey, right back at you, bro. 'Cause I always say I don't know everything. Sometimes you guys know more than me. That's why we talk it out. We try and find our way to these answers.
Not to get too political, but I think that's a lot of what's missing in our lives today. You know what I mean? Nobody actually like back and forth with anybody. It's either I'm right or you're right. And like I said, the answer is always somewhere in the middle. So I appreciate that. But to get to my thinking points, the first one, I'd like to say, because I was one of those voices early in the off season, well not actually late in the off season and stuff like that, wondering why we still got DK in the roster. I made you, I owe you an apology, my friend. Bruce is right. Not Bruce from is it Flushing or from Flushing?
Flushing.
He made a point. Right, he made a point a little while ago about DJ, and he's right. I don't want to get too carried away with it, and I don't want to get too dependent on it either. But and there are some things where you still see some physical limitations a little bit when he's in the field. And what I will say, he looks so much more comfortable now in the batter's box than he has over the last couple of years. And it's an amazing thing to see because, even the drive and the power that he has, I didn't think that he had that push with the ball anymore. You know what I'm saying? I thought we were maybe looking at some singles, maybe once in a while coming together, but to see him like driving the ball over the wall like that, that's something that I owe you a little bit of an apology for the menu, please.
Sure. We all do. Me as well. He's still got it. He's not going out quietly.
There you go. And anything like it, you keep saying the same thing that we've been talking about. It's always better to be in a position to have as many as you can have. So even if it's like Bleacher or death or something, somehow we'll find something for you to do if you're showing us that you can do things. So go on, Mr. LeMahieu. And then the last point I'd like to make is about this, and again, to reference something that Bruce was talking about. With the series this weekend, and you know me, I keep telling you, I want the consistency. As many series wins as we can get is nice. So we kind of faltered a little bit with that. But, and he's right too, because I was almost willing to just give it up and say, for all the pitches that we threw, because even the one we won on Friday night, we gave up a lot of runs. So for all the pitches we threw this weekend, maybe they all just kind of lucked up on a bad, weekend or something like that, and I was ready to let that go. But the thing that bothers me and scares me just a little bit is we get to a point, later on in the season, never
I'm
mind,
watching Stanley Cup fight.
Bothering us for division or anything like that. But we hear the Red Sox being one of them teams where it's like they're in the hunt. They're fighting for a wild card position or they're fighting for a wild card spot. This is how many games they're behind. And then they end up getting in the postseason and, just being a noisy team. If it's something where we trace back to this series as one that woke them up and gave them, because I can see Cora like spinning this once he goes back home and they on the, even last night when they were on the plane flying back home, he's going to try to use this as some kind of motivation to make them feel like they still a team. You know what I'm saying? And if that proves to be true, I don't want to be the one that kind of like started that hornet's nest.
Sure. Great spin.
I say, it's always good talking to you, my man. Just keep doing what you're doing, bro. You're killing it as usual. Be easy, Fist.
Appreciate you, Dunn. Yeah, that's a good, humble pie is needed. And I felt like the Yankees got a dose of humble pie against the Dodgers in LA, but it's a different taste when it's the Red Sox in your building. It's one thing to go to LA and lose to the defending champs where like it was first you blew it, then it was no contest. And then you did rally back to have some pride on the way out. On the way out last night, the Yankees had to fly to Missouri and they had to sit in the fact that like, this Hunter Dobbins, no-name rookie made a name off of saying he would never play against the Yankees. And we let him come in here and outside of Judge, shut us down, get the win, shove against us, right? His pops who made him like that, who taught him that, his pops was either in the stadium or at home, smiling, laughing, saying, that's my boy. That's my son. You get him, Hunter. You told him we don't rock with the Yankees. I don't understand it, though. I just like when I think of the business of it, I just think it's so stupid for a rookie to come into the league and say he'd retire. And I get it. Bar for bar, it was Ken Griffey Jr.'s thing, but like Ken Griffey Jr. was already Ken Griffey Jr. But like this guy, and it's like also knowing like you're on a team with Greg Weissert, Aroldis Chapman, Rob Refsnyder, they played for the Yankees. Like you need money. Are you just a made man? Hunter Dobbins, you're never like you're never gonna potentially need the Yankees money. Okay, well now you've ensured that. But good for him. You know, he plans to be around in the rivalry. And I thank him actually for stirring that up, because all I kept hearing was there's no juice in the rivalry. Nobody cares about it. I'm like, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Why do they give us 3 Saturday night games for this series? Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. Come to the stadium, get there early, stay a while, crack some beers, have a good time. It's Yankees versus Red Sox, and we know there's going to be a lot of people in there. I'm sorry. I've been distracted this entire time. Bro, when they started, Paulie and I, they're brawling in the Stanley Cup. 12 and 25 with Nurse and Galdovich. Watch them. I thought they were going to – that's who I was watching the entire time. They fought the longest. The rest of those guys either got split up or, like, this guy's a psychopath. Look at his face.
The Oilers are a little upset. They're getting raced out of the building right now in Florida. 5-1 Panthers are going to take the 2-1 series lead. And this is just, if you don't know hockey, you'd be like, what's going on? This is just, the game's over. They know the game's over. Trying to set the tone for the next game. They're
lump you up a little bit, give you something to think about tonight, something for you to wear into the next match, and remember who put that on you. I like that component of this. Like, it's the only sport where they allow it to go that far is Mortal Kombat. Like the refs couldn't stop there's not enough refs to stop the amount of fights.
They're instructed not to step into any of the fighting and stuff. And a couple of guys are going to get kicked out of the game, get the 10-minute misconducts and everything like that.
But it's a wrap. It's over. But like now I'm like, now I have to watch the rest of these games, whether I'm on air or I'm at home, because I missed the first two and I turned this one on and it was 1-0, and then it quickly became 2-0, and then 2-1, and then 3-1, and then 4-1, and then 5-1, and then Mortal Kombat, and they were getting it in. I was listening to the Val, but my eyes were on the screen. Paul looked at me like, "You watch this?" Yeah, they were all brawling out there, and hockey is special. The playoffs are special. It's the best that you get, and now you're getting the best of the best in the Stanley Cup. So the Panthers are about to take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-7 series, and I think they just got the best of them there fighting too. So they're in there building. They're feeling good tonight, and I think, if anybody that watched tonight with, like, their baseball teams being off, the NBA not being on, then this was one that definitely piqued some interest. If the first 2 overtime matches didn't do it for you, didn't one go double overtime?
Game 2 went double overtime. Brad Marchand scored the game winner. And with this situation specifically, they're going to have a lot of time to sit on it, because instead of 1 day off, there's 2 days off. So they will have a lot.
Ice up.
This is going to simmer with the Oilers for a while, and if you're the Panthers, this is just going to juice you up even more.
Yeah, all right. Well, they got my attention. Let me get another Yankee call in, maybe 2 if we can before we hit 11 o'clock. We'll do a big shot of the night. Maybe I'll find something cool to tell you, like John Sterling says, "Hey, Keith, tell me something cool." And then I'll get out of the way at 12 o'clock, and Big Mac will come in and rock. Let's talk to Jake in the Bronx next. Jake, are you there? What's up, Jake? No, Jake is not there, so the good fortune gets passed on to Huntington. Josh is in Huntington. Josh, you're on the fan.
Hey, boss, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, hey, listen, I think Boone really is really a bad manager. He never has the same lineup in a row. It's like, and he always pulls starters out of the game too early or too late. He doesn't have a feel for the game. And I really think if they just, had a consistent lineup, like Paul Goldschmidt leading off, Bryce, that game, Judge third, and then, Bellinger after him, and then,
Yeah, they just have too many different guys to have a consistent lineup. I've gotten over that, because even when they didn't have all this talent, they were changing the lineup. Now they're trying to play matchups. They're trying to go left, right. They're trying to get guys like Dominguez in. They're trying to get guys in the DH spot. They're trying to, play around with the rest and who's in the infield. And then as far as the starters, it's like you want to believe Carlos Rodon can get it done, and then he doesn't. You want to believe that Yarby can find a way, and then he gives it up. Will Warren, you want to instill some confidence in and keep him out there because you had the run support. It doesn't work out. There's no crystal ball for it. I won't put it all on Boone is a bad manager, though.
Listen, I got another thing now that backup catcher, JC Lascaro, whatever his name is, he sets up way too early, and I really believe that the other teams are seeing this, where if he's gonna throw a ball inside, he's sitting there 10 seconds with the mid up.
Yeah.
Sitting on the non-deck circle can tell him, where the ball's gonna be,
Sure. I saw a video with like the first base coach for the Red Sox, like moving a certain way for off speed. And
yeah, that JC guy, he sits up too early.
I just don't buy into. We've been in Major League Baseball where they had technology to steal signs. Thanks for the call, Josh. I just don't buy into the sign stealing. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Guys have been doing like on the field stuff forever. And then as far as setting up, like you can set up, doesn't mean the pitcher is gonna like accurately hit the glove, and doesn't mean that's given an advantage to the guy swinging at it. I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that if that's something that you saw and you feel, but me personally, I don't feel like a catcher getting set up, and he doesn't even like Wells catches more than Ascara. I think, Rodon might have a preference towards him, and he's been good. But it goes back to the Yankees. They throw away all their catchers. They're like, whatever, we'll find another guy. Wells is fine. I don't know. Now we're finding things to complain about where it's like Aaron Boone is going to get blamed for changing the lineup. They have to change the lineup. And early in the year, they changed the lineup, and we got great results. I don't mind the changes in the lineup. What I do expect now are some real tweaks in the lineup. Like, you just talked about Goldie leading off. Like Friday, Grisham led off. But then by last night, you had, and that's another thing too, like what are the decisions as far as when we're playing Dominguez versus when we're not? When we're playing Grisham and when we're not. Grisham was batting 7th behind Volpe last night, and I know Grisham has cooled off. But then it's like when you're facing Garrett Crochet Saturday. I'm trying to go back. I have all the box scores open. You're facing Garrett Crochet Saturday, so you put Dominguez in. Dominguez goes 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. I don't know. We're overthinking it. We have a whole off day to overthink it, and we're coming off a series loss to our all-time rival, and we've given them the juice now. They're celebrating. Yeah, let me go look at the out-of-town scoreboard as well. I'll find a big shot of the night. We'll see what the Red Sox did with their big three, their young prospects being in there. And, bottom of the 11th, Rays up 10-8 in Beantown. Yeah, let me tap into that. Keep McPherson on the Fan. Big shot when we come back. Last hour for me on the Fan tonight. BRB. Okay, so let's see if the Red Sox have a rally in their bones. They need 3 runs here. I ain't rooting for the Panthers. I've been pretty vocal about rooting for Connor McDavid and the Oilers. But them boys was getting it in. I like to see them get it in. I like to see them run fades. Nobody runs nobody's fade anymore. They just threaten people online. Well, this game is a wrap. But they were fighting out there Mortal Kombat style. I hate the Panthers as a Rangers fan, but they are relentless and they have a savage physical presence. Yeah. I guess you're right. I guess you are right. All right, you guys got to help me. Is that Devin Clark catch going to be the winner for who should be the big shot of the night? Let me see. Let me go to. I was looking at these scores, trying to see who balled out. I gotta tell a story about Dave Sims that I thought about that made me laugh. I'll put a pin in that. Dave Sims story. They're fighting again. This is I'm gonna fight whoever I can fight now. This is just fisticuffs. They're not even playing hockey. They're letting the puck drop, but then they're throwing hands. The Panthers had 5 different guys score a goal.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna pick anybody from the Panthers. Trying to figure out who had like the best performance. I'm about to just make it Pete Alonso because he got Player of the Week today, and he had 5 homers and 15 RBI over the week. Damn, the end of this game is getting dirty. Yeah, because the Oilers are cooked, bro. Like for at least for this game, and they know that they've been fighting the whole third period. Some of these guys are thrown out. Yo, send that video to me. I don't remember that one.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, where do the Knicks turn from here? Plenty of names have been thrown around, but it seems there may be some steam behind the Jason Kidd discussions. Reports are there's mutual interest on both sides. However, they've yet to sit down and talk. Knicks are expected to formally ask permission from the Mavericks to do so. Unclear if Dallas would let Kidd walk away or what they want in return. Kidd has ties to Jalen Brunson, coached him in Dallas. Said to be close to Giannis Antetokounmpo as well from their time together in Milwaukee. So we'll see if that could also entice Giannis to ask for a trade. Rumors are his days with Bucks could be numbered. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The first 2 were instant classics. This one, the Panthers have been in control throughout, and it's getting chippy late. 4:16 left in this one. Panthers enjoying a 5-1 lead. 5 different scorers for Florida, including Sam Bennett, who's got his 14th of these playoffs. Brad Marchand scored just 56 seconds into this one, his 8th of the playoffs. Sergei Bobrovsky with 30 saves. Panthers looking to take a 2-1 series lead, a 5-1 advantage. 4 minutes left in the third. 62 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park, and this is happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city. You know we got a bunch of big shots. And since the Mets and Yankees did not play, we'll go back and we'll give the big shot to the guy that got Player of the Week today. National League Player of the Week, the Polar Bear, Pete Alonso, a 400 average, a 1452 OPS, 5 homers, 15 ribbies. Pete Alonso went off on that road trip. He's got a 301 average, 17 homers, 61 ribbies, a 990 OPS on the season. Leads MLB in runs batted in. Leads all first basemen in home runs and F-WAR. He passed David Wright on the Mets home run list. He's on pace for 42 homers and 150 RBIs. Beast. That came from SNY Mets, also from the Mets account. And here's some honorable mentions. Denzel Clark, if you have not seen his catch for the Oakland A's playing, or the Sacramento A's playing against the Anaheim Angels, Denzel Clark runs back in center field, scales the wall, times it up perfectly, reaches his glove all the way out, and pulls one back in. And I want to give break. And I went to see, the Battle of the Rays and the Red Sox. But before we get to that, I noticed, it's Dodgers Padres, and the Padres have come back to take the lead. So it was 2-0 Dodgers. Padres tied it up 2-2. And it was 3-0 Padres. Then in the third inning, the Dodgers scored 3 to take the lead 5-3. And who had a bases clearing? Was it a triple? It was. That boy could run. Former Yankee Tyler Wade with a bases clearing triple to take the lead back. I mean, there's still a lot of room to go. But right now, Tyler Wade leads all Padres with 3 runs batted in. And that's a good game. If I was home right now, actually, I don't have to be home. I have MLB TV. I'm about to put the tab over right here. I'm about to watch this now in this next hour. And then, 6-1 with the Panthers. I'm sick of these guys. I'm rooting for, Connor McDavid and the Oilers to get it done. But this is an impressive win. And all the Oilers can do really is throw hands at this point. So wide open, as we traditionally do. The last hour of my show, I call open mic. Bring a topic to the table that you want to speak on. I think the topic that I wanted to bring to open mic tonight is the topic I tried to get in there yesterday. And, now is the perfect time. NCAA paying college athletes. It's something that it's close to home for me because I played at 2 schools. Somebody on Reddit is going to be like, this guy was a bench rider. Yeah, you damn right. I rode the bench, but I was a full scholarship athlete at 2 schools. I was one of the best quarterbacks to come out of the state of New Jersey. That paid for my education. I studied communication, radio, and television, and that brought me here. I didn't have to start one game. I didn't have to complete one pass. I didn't have to score one touchdown. But you can count it. You probably don't have a good gym class you could report. Me, I can report plenty of days in college where I balled out. Anyway, I remember being in critical discourse in class where we had to speak in front of the class and we had to go back and forth with people and, you had different topics. And I remember this court case that now has been passed. I remember kind of taking that court case up in critical discourse. I forget what exactly the what we were studying. And I basically laid out a whole set of reasons why the NCAA should be paying their athletes. So, and that was in 2010. Fast forward, here we are now in 2025. We are in the future. The judge grants final approval to the House versus NCAA settlement. Schools are now free to begin paying their athletes directly, marking the dawn of a new era in college sports brought about by a multi-billion-dollar legal settlement that was formally approved last Friday. They should have been doing this a long time ago, but changes come now. And the craziest thing to me is that there's going to be back pay. So the House settlement will pay thousands of former athletes from 2016 to 2024, a combined $2.8 billion in back pay from lost NIL compensation. Now, I'll say this, a lot of these top guys, they were getting paid under the table, which I also think was legal, but there were so many suspensions and, like, bro, they took Reggie Bush's Heisman. You know, they really came at a lot of different athletes in schools over this, but it's like, wouldn't you want your star running back to be well taken care of? Wouldn't you want his parents to be taken care of so he feels like comfortable at school, has peace of mind, can go out there and give you his best? Instead, for years, it was just, nope, room and board, and they get their books taken care of and they can eat for free. That was the first step in it. I thought that was an insult. Oh, free meals. These kids are eating for free a lot anyway. Like, they're not cooking for themselves. Here's something else. The top football teams are going to cost 40 to 50 million a year. That's where this is going. Anyone who thinks different is nuts. That was from a personnel director from a power conference. Like okay, now we've made it so basically what they're doing is like they're making it so now like the NIL was getting so wild. Anyone from a car dealership to like actual manufacturers of cars could come to these student athletes and broker deals where these guys needed agents. A lot of it was done through the school anyway, but now it's going directly through the school. So I think it's interesting to see how it will shift. I think it's all in good faith. Like I think it's to protect the kids and also to cut the schools in on this stuff. But I just think it's crazy. Like when I was in school, we were dreaming of this. We were like, and I wasn't making. I would have. I don't know. I would have made a couple dollars. You know, I played at James Madison University and Monmouth University. Like they count. It's interesting to see where this is going. Where this is going. I have a son, and even now, when I think about my son growing up, and I know he's going to play something. He's always running. He's always running into stuff. He's always throwing stuff. I'm always telling him, stop throwing. We don't throw. We don't kick. We always want to throw and kick something. But I'm thinking, I'm like, I don't know. I plan on making my son work for me. But I do understand the power of education. I'd be nothing without the amount of time that I spent in college. Not just the books that you have to read, the papers you have to write, but the education you get about other people and living amongst other people and just how to be. Like it's valuable. I don't know what college will be though in 15 years when my son is going. But if he's going, I would like to not pay for it. And if he's athletic and he can get a scholarship, there's another fight. There's this game now. They got to just call the game. It's final. It's done. But they're fighting at the final. Like I'm gonna get my last licks in. Wow. I think this guy is Harry 90 just swung at this guy's legs from behind like it is beef. Yeah, but that was foul. Like the game is over and you come up behind them. They don't care. It's fair game to them. You're out there. The highlight. This is what all the highlights are gonna be. Anyway, to close what I was saying, if my son is athletic enough, um, more athletic than me, and will have me to coach him and train him and help him, we're gonna make some money. We're gonna make some bread by that time. We're gonna make a couple mil off of whatever school he chooses, and he'll get the education as well. 888-808-1019. Ken is in Saddlebrook on the fan. What's okay?
These guys are like, we're not producing the end of a couple million, maybe an NIL money. Was that cool way with your scholarships?
Well, no, they still got to go to class. They're still college athletes. They got to go to school. Like that's still going to be paid for. They're not going to give like who would they give them to? Like regular students?
No, guys on the team will make argue as much themselves that much.
No, like for the most part, these big schools that are dealing with that money, those guys are full scholarship guys. Any partial scholarship guys or walk-ons, like I think maybe those guys can get involved with some deals to put some money in their pocket. But I don't think now it's like, okay, I think it's combined. You have a full scholarship, and you have your NIL deals, and you can make money off your name, image, likeness with influencer marketing and commercials and that type of stuff. But it's not like, hey, you make so much money that you don't need the scholarship. Pay for the tuition on your own. You're going to give it to someone else. That's not
I was just wondering, if somebody else is not going to make a lot more than they close, because they're not going to make it big in the pros.
great. Thanks for the call, Ken. Like, exactly, right? Think about how many great athletes you watched in college that generated money for those universities. They sold jerseys and tickets and TV rights to watch these players. And then they got to the NFL and they crapped out in 2-3 years. And that's exactly what's going to help. I remember talking on the fan about how BYU, they already had a system in place where they talked to these kids about saving, investing. They had like a system in place for them where like the NIL money that they were getting, they couldn't blow it. They were helping these kids put it in the right places so that they would be set up for the future when they graduate and want to start a business, or if they go pro and it doesn't last for long. Like this is extending the, like, if you're a good athlete in high school, man, you're able to turn that into money for you, your family. Like, I can't tell you, I went to school my freshman year at James Madison University with kids from inner city DC, Baltimore, Richmond, Newport News, and they barely came to school with anything besides, a few pairs of sneakers and clothes. And I remember getting our like Pell Grant checks and like a little bit of extra money, and some of those kids sending money back to their mom. Some of those kids sending money back home so that their mom could help take care of their little brother and sister like they did not have it. So I remember some guys on the football team getting jobs and working and doing little things, So like now that's going to end that. Like there are going to be some families impacted where if you're in a, low income situation, but Lil Johnny is the best running back in the state, you're negotiating. That's already happened in the last couple of years, but now it's like a real thing. It's like you're negotiating now. Your kid is good, and you don't have much income. Like that's business. Like, the business is starting their senior year. Where are they going to go and maximize that opportunity? They could be even getting paid on the bench. It doesn't even have to be a starter. Just got to make the right choice where your kid's going to play, and that can help make some money for some families that need it. Kids coming out of inner cities, kids coming out of poverty that take their athleticism to college, and it's not so much of a dream now. Like, oh, I got to make it to the NBA or the NFL to be able to take care of my family. No, you could do that as a freshman. That's amazing. Ross is in Bergen County on the fan. What's up, Ross? Ross, did you just graduate? Congratulations on your graduation. That's a big step. And I know you wanna work in sports or entertainment or radio or stuff like that, but congratulations on getting that first step done.
Appreciate it. Yeah, local. I've never taken the tours. I've been to a lot of tours, but kind of one of the trends I noticed is like this is the hotbed for what I want to do, journalism and all that. A couple other states here and there, but like New York, New Jersey, the big piece on local, and I'm hoping to get to the industry soon. I was kind of looking at graduation, this was sports point, and it's kind of full circle for me with the station freshman year, like early on. It was right out of COVID is when I started calling the station. Schmooze was my first call, and then I think you started hosting right around there, and I just knew more than anybody ever said stuff. It's kind of like a Yankee for taking the call and everything is done for me.
Of course, man. Of course. And what I'll say is you have been heard on the fan. And there are people that know Ross and Bergen County. So build off of that, and just keep going, dude. It took me a decade. I graduated college 2011. You didn't hear me on the fan until 2021. It took me a decade to actually get to the radio with a radio degree.
Well, we got the team back. I mean, you hear all the legends he's produced for, and now he finally got the overnight gig, and now he's doing the Saturdays. And the grind for people like him, everybody, GL. I mean, he's just produced now, and he's finally the names they produced for now. They got to So it's kind of like an excellent market. So I appreciate everything you done from there. And kind of, hey, like I wasn't really kind of a young Jedi. I was like the other people thinking one of your first ever goals. Kind of some of these other younger fellas you got, I'm sure they're good.
No, I said it, bro. Not to cut you off. I tried to make it the young Padawans, but it was too late. And then I just, I kind of came away from it because in the 4 years that I've been on, you young guys have been freshmen, sophomore, juniors, now seniors, which blows my mind. I'm like, the first time you heard me, you were a freshman, and like now these guys have grown up. So it's a time warp, yeah.
I appreciate everything, man. But you talk all hockey, and I'll say that you look at what's going on, it's crazy with hockey. To watch people go back to like the club, kind of like the parody. For years we had the Warriors, Jazz, with this, and now it's kind of synthesizer. It's looking now it's the consecutive year we're going to get a different champion in the NBA and the NHL people go back-to-back matches. The first people are OT, Rose did that, and then this will be a lot. And you're just talking about the scraps and everything. You saw Terry with the play, you saw Jake Walton go at someone's knees before. And I don't know if I've ever seen a team that still only have 2-1, but still psychologically stood up like Everton tonight. I don't know I don't want to say rent-free, but if I've ever seen rent-free in a game, it was tonight. It's every play. Eddie Wilson was in on the bus and like 5 minutes, but I would have seen the game there right there back on the ice, steering an entry on such a stupid play, stupid penalty. And the fact you've seen that in a game 3 of the finals is nuts. I have money on Everton, so I have a little stronger at the same time. We got now Bobby on the bench, in our team, about the Rangers, and then long-time Devil Adams. I'm not trying to see him, but I'm more petty. DOT more 24, but at the end of the day, a match that looks so competitive going into tonight, it's a lot better than that. One game. You never see the stretch go after, 3 games. This all is going to kind of throw a wrench into it, but I would be surprised of
Yeah, you got it, Ross. I mean, they've got the best player arguably in the game. It goes back to last year. You lose the Stanley Cup to this team last year. The last thing you want is to lose back-to-back Stanley Cups to the same team, or to lose back-to-back Stanley Cups in general. And so maybe that thought is creeping in their mind, like, yo, they got us. We battled them. They got one. We got one. They were close games. Like tonight was Panthers all the way. And if the Panthers are able to win 2 more games, they raise the cup again. And like you can never get over that. You can never get over that. Losing to like not for nothing. That's setting up the Yankees, right? Like I'm watching this Dodgers Padres game. And you guys remember last year, like that Dodgers Padres series, I thought the Padres were beating them. That was popcorn ready theatrics. And after the whole, Jerickson Profar thing with the Dodgers fans, I think the Dodgers fans threw a ball at him, and he tried to like act like they caught the ball when he robbed a homer, and then Machado was out there gyrating and dancing, and they threw something at him. Like it was getting hectic out there. And then all of a sudden, the Padres couldn't scratch a run across, and the Dodgers came alive and took that series. And then what the Dodgers said, the Dodgers knocked the Yankees as Hassan Kim drives one down the right field line, and Max Muncy comes in to score for second. It's a tie ball game in Petco Park, as the Dodgers and Padres are knotted up at 6. When the Yankees lost to the Dodgers, I went and listened to that podcast as much as I could stomach, and I still can't. I want to go to Apple TV and watch the documentary, but the Dodgers, they mocked the Yankees for Yankee defense and just putting the ball in play. But then they also didn't give any credit to the Mets. They said that the Padres were the best team they faced that whole run. They said they were most shook of the Padres beating. They gave all the credit and love to the Padres. So you're watching the Stanley Cup with the same teams in it. Will we get an NLCS this year with the Dodgers and Mets again? And a World Series with the Yankees and the Mets again? If so, we need different outcomes Okay, now let's go to La Jolla, California. I know how to say it. Who was that guy? Was it Greg and Rockland? Dude called up was just ass. Like right after I called it La Jolla. Now I know it's La Jolla. That he called up to be like, oh, you can't pronounce regular things because you don't have education. Something stupid like that. I'm like, bro, I never been to La Jolla, California. But Lou is out there on the fan. What's up, Lou?
I certainly am, and it's great to talk to you again. And I learned that pronounce La Jolla in grad school. I didn't know anything when I was 5 years old. But that's an attempt at humor. Anyway, which is my fault.
We said when you were 5 years old? Yeah.
Joke that I learned how to pronounce this town in grad school. We spent a month on how to pronounce it.
It's okay.
Hi.
And I know you remember because it was your call, and you're the only one that calls from La Jolla. But you just made me think of a good Dave Sims story because Dave Sims was the one who texted me and was like, yo, he spelled it out for me like it's La Jolla, not La Jolla.
I was honored that Dave got involved with me in the. So, I'm changing the topic. They're Hunter Dobbins and Ken Griffey Jr. Both hypothetical stories. I have one that reality. Jackie played his first and played his entire major league career with the Brooklyn Dodgers. He was with them for 10 seasons. After the 1956 season, he was traded to the New York Giants, and he refused the rivalry. I interrupted myself. The rivalry was so great, and I believe much greater than the Yankees and Red Sox rivalry. It was so great, he retired rather than play for the Giants. And because of that, my first season when I became a knowledgeable baseball fan, I was only 6 years old, and it was 1967. So because of that, Jackie Robinson played.
Yeah, I mean, Lou, I know you hit us with a lot of stuff. I don't know how old you are, but I know your favorite player was what?
Yeah, 74.
No, I appreciate you because you're locked into my show every night and you tweet a lot of information that helps out. And like I said, I know your favorite player is Willie Mays. I remember, when we lost him and I honored him that night. You spoke on him. I appreciate the stories. It's wild for me to even think about back then being able to watch those guys play.
Well, as I said, I never saw him play, but the 1961 World Series, are you familiar with the Stratford round the world, Bobby Thompson's home run?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was 10 and a half years old then, so I didn't know how to watch it. But the 51 World Series between the Giants and the Yankees, and Joe DiMaggio in his final season, and Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle were both rookies. So that was a very amazing thing to have those three in the same World Series. Three of the greatest icons in baseball history.
Yeah, you only get that on Yankeeography, Yankee Classics, YouTube, documentaries.
My father was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan. He was born in East Harlem, but he grew up in Brooklyn. And he saw Babe Ruth, Gehrig, etc. He said the greatest player, in New York accent. I don't have the La Jolla accent. I have the New York accent. The greatest player he ever saw was Joe DiMaggio. There was three DiMaggio brothers. And I don't need to be too long, right? Joe was I never saw him play, of course. He retired when I was an infant, but he was very graceful. And a little Mays story by Arnold Hano, which I read when I was 10 years old, 1961. He said that the two greatest center fielders ever were Joe DiMaggio and Willie Mays. And DiMaggio made them look easy, and Mays made them look
difficult, but DeMarcus was very graceful. Even again, I'm going to strong point. You know about the 56 game hitting streak, and he had. I sound like Rain Man now, but I know this by heart. DiMaggio had a 325 lifetime batting average, so he was an unbelievably great player.
Well, I appreciate it because you're able to speak on things that I can't speak on, and I know we have people listening that it hits that demographic in a way I can't hit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I don't know how many 70-somethings you have listening, but nevertheless.
Probably more than you think. I think WFAN has probably more than you think. They might not call, but they've been listening to this station for a long time.
Well, I love you, Keith, and it's really great talking to you.
Lou, you're the man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the call. 888-808-1019. We got to break it down. I'm running out of time. I don't know. I've got 30 minutes less, like 27 minutes left. So let's take this break. When we come back, I'll hit you with tell me something cool and a Dave Sims story that's something that clicked in my head that's kind of funny. And then it's open mic. We'll take the rest of the calls, whatever you guys want to talk about. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Back right after this. The Dave story. We had no, I'm gonna laugh telling this one. What was I about to do, man? Oh, tell me something cool. Hey, chat, tell me something cool. I think I had something in my notes that I wanted to go back to, maybe from Sunday. Um, no, that's not valid now because the Red Sox ended up beating us. Let me see something here. Okay, I think I know where to go. Okay. Do you have the Tell Me Something Cool drop? Okay. I'm struggling to find the Garrett Cole article, but I'll figure something else out on the fly. The way we usually play the like rejoin music and then bring the rejoin music down and have John, hey, Keith, tell me something cool. Hey, John, with all this talk about NIL and universities, I was thinking back to an article from last week that was titled Yanks Have Ace Professor with Garrett Cole University, GCU. So, a lot of talk about what we've seen from Will Warren and what we've seen from Ryan Yarbrough before, and I wish I got to this before the Red Sox series, but even with the change that we've seen in Carlos Rodon and whatnot, we know that Garrett Cole is out recovering from Tommy John, but he is an extra pitching coach. He does watch all of these guys pitch. He does dream of himself pitching, and he does help these guys out. So he's giving them tips. He's sending text messages and things to the guys in the rotation, and he's one of the best that we've seen in this generation. It's good to have him around. It says a text message blinked onto cell phones belonging to Clark Schmidt and Will Warren ahead of the Yankees' recent series at Coors Field. Garrett Cole texts these guys, and he finds a way to stay connected to them. A couple tips from an old guy. I just think it's cool that Garrett Cole is recovering, but, kind of being an extra hand in these, Yankees starts with Matt Blake. He said, I was just trying to get across what I would call a predictable distraction. People are going to come in and talk about how the ball moves differently. So let's get our minds wrapped around that. It doesn't mean you can't have success. Clayton Kershaw has historically pitched really well there. I've thrown some really good games there. Like he was trying to get in front of, the conversation about what was going on in Coors Field. I was listening to an interview that he did. I think it was with Susan, and he talked about how he still visualizes himself pitching every night. And I did want to tell a funny story of me connecting the dots with something with Dave Sims. Now, I have started to listen to Dave more, especially this weekend where I didn't go to the game Saturday. I didn't go to the game Sunday because I was taking over for dinner time, bath time, story time, bedtime. So when that happens, the game starts at 7. I'm listening to the start of the game before, my son eventually is asleep by 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I think I took a call on either Thursday or Sunday about Dave Sims. And it wasn't so much a critique on his style, but I had a caller say to me, I just hate how he talks about the other teams, because he was talking about Jose Ramirez and the Guardians. And I kind of said, well, Jose Ramirez is great and he doesn't get enough love. And so that's what Dave was doing. I kind of took up for Dave. He's like, nah, man, you got to hear it. It's constantly always talking about the other team. Like he's got to learn, like, this is the Yankees. We're Yankee fans. We don't care about the other teams. We don't want to hear about the other team. So last night, or I was on yesterday. Yes, I was on Sunday, and I saw Dave's post about how he ran into Garrett Crochet and Garrett or Greg Weissert on the train. And so that was on Instagram and Twitter. But then I'm listening to the game last night, and Dave starts the story. He's like, oh, here's a story for you. You're going to love this. And he starts talking about how he ran into these guys on the train. And I already know the train, but it's hilarious because he starts talking about, and we had a blast. That ball is hit to deep right. It's gone. Home run, Aaron Judge. It was like he started to tell the story about another team's players, having a blast with them, running into them on the train, and then Judge not only silenced Hunter Dobbins, he silenced Dave Sims with that home run. That story's over. X gonna give it to you. Dun, 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 dun. You hear Yankee Stadium in the back, and I put a note, and I'm like, that was hilarious. I had a caller tell me that they want Dave to stop talking about other teams. He starts to go on about how he runs physically into the Red Sox, and he had a blast with their players on the way to Sunday Night Baseball. Judge is batting, and he's like, shut all that up. I'm laughing with my son. Like, that is like, you couldn't make that happen any better. I just took a call on him talking about other teams, and as he started to tell a story about running into the other team, Judge homers, and it's back to baseball. 888-808-1019. Bobby is in Belmore on the Fan. What's up, Bobby?
Good evening, Keith. Before I get to the college, next one, please. I remember back in the Allen Cup run. I think it was 82, 83. I was at the game against McNeil. They were down 7-2 going into the third period. And, they came out completely up to us with that team. But, they made it 7-6, actually tied the game up. Wally Harris and to play with Dan and Bossy actually tied the game up. But the point is that these guys, they just quit. I never saw anything like it. I mean, they want to be the Wall Street Bullies. The Wall Street Bullies, Philadelphia, they actually scored goals when they did that. I mean, it was a disgrace. And I blame the coach for that. But anyway, let me get to the college champions. But I don't understand why this happened a long time ago. I mean, it took I know the bad case in 2016, but it took a long time. I'm surprised these college athletes, I know they're getting college scholarships, but the big time college athletes, especially, this should have happened a long time ago. But I guess better late than never, to say. And with the Knicks, I just want to get your opinion. Instead of me doing all the talking here. What do you think? I mean, if they don't get Malone, and he's like Thibodeau, I don't know what else what coaches out there that could actually get them to the promised land. I mean, I don't understand why they fired the guy.
The front runner right now is Jason Kidd. You might not have been listening at 8, but I had a guy on who was basically tagged across Twitter today as a source that, said like Jason Kidd wants the job. He tweeted out Jason Kidd wants that job. And now it's on the Mavericks. If the Mavericks don't shut it down and the Knicks have that conversation with Jason Kidd, the Knicks are going to do what they got to do to get him, and Jason Kidd would leave.
Well, he's on a contract. I mean, they got to make a draft pick. I mean, what is this guy, Pat Riley? I mean, I'm thinking he's under contract with Dallas. He's not a free agent, but then the Dallas are going to let go with nothing.
No, then it takes two to tango. You got to do the trade. But like the Rockets have already shut down the Ime Udoka conversation. The Mavericks haven't shut this down yet. And I only think they haven't shut it down because I don't know if Nico Harrison is safe. I don't know what Nico is thinking about his future and the Mavericks' future. I don't know what their ownership is thinking. They might think, all right, blow this whole thing up. You could take Jason Kidd and maybe it'll help us, right? They're not going to have Kyrie this year, but they plan to draft Cooper Flagg. Maybe they're looking like, what can we get? What pieces, players can we get from the Knicks? I don't know.
Well, I mean, it works. I don't know if Jason Kidd that great of a coach to give up,
I don't think so. I think he's the splashy name and the guy you plug in that it's not going to be too big for him. But I don't know if he's any different than what Tom Thibodeau is. He this offensive innovator that's going to play the bench and do what you want? I don't know. And I don't know if in next year's situation he's able to get them over the hump. But what we do know, talking to Scoop B, you can go back in the free Odyssey app to 8 o'clock and listen to me talk to Scoop B. In 2020, when Kidd interviewed, Dolan was sold on bringing him back. Dolan likes him. So if Dolan had a hand in Tom Thibodeau being shown the door, he's definitely going to have a hand in trying to bring Jason Kidd back.
He probably thought all along that anyway. I'm sure it was a Dolan spot. I don't think he thinks that far advanced that, Kidd was available. What about you think the trade transaction? Do you think Giannis with you, Towns and Bridges and a couple of draft picks. I mean, I know Knicks might have one or two left after that Bridges trade, but you know, I mean, I think I would do it in a heartbeat, but you know, and Durant I wouldn't touch with a, you know, with anything. I just don't think he's just.
I think it's still on the table. Thanks for the call, Bobby. The tsunami offer, that might have been a rumor. It's on the table, and I even asked Brandon about that. Like, are they connecting dots here with Giannis and J. Kidd being in Milwaukee, and then bringing that to New York, and him being the piece that also puts them over the top? But if you got to do a trade with the Mavericks to get Kidd and a trade to get Giannis, like it would have to be the Mavericks just granting the release, and I don't understand why they would do that. I don't know. I think Giannis is what Brandon was saying. He kept saying Toronto, Toronto, Toronto. I think Giannis is more inclined to go elsewhere. I think the Knicks got to. And now, if the Knicks just kept Tom Thibodeau, maybe. But I think trying to land a new head coach and a superstar, that's a lot to do in one offseason. But hey, if Dolan is enabling them, I guess you can't put it past Leon Rose. He's pushed all the right buttons to get him here. Maybe they get that done. But I don't think Giannis is the answer anyway. You have Brunson, you have Cat, and I know the Bucks don't want Cat in a deal, so I don't think Giannis is really a thing. I never thought it was a thing, and I don't think KD is a smart move either. I think if KD told you that the Knicks ain't it, and he didn't want to be a Knick, like why are you doubling back now, 5 years after the fact? You know, I wouldn't do that. Moving along here, 888-808-1019 as I'm running out of time. I've got 10 minutes left. I can get my calls in. Danny's in Basking Ridge. What's up, Danny? You got it.
It's just calling about making money in college. I see it as a double-edged sword. You know, I know the colleges are making money off these kids, but at the same time, what does it do to the product, and what does it do to, the down the pyramid, right? The kids that are playing Little League or the kids that are playing in high school. You know, what are the effects in the high school level and, that player development, area. So, and then on top of it, what's the impact at the college level, with coaches and, their loyalty to kids and the kids' loyalty to a team. I've seen this before. I don't think they have a grip on it. And, I think that, when you say that colleges, are looking out for, the best interest of the kids, I definitely question that because I think it's all about money at the end of the day. I just wanted to see what you thought.
Yeah, I understand that concern. Thanks for the call, Danny. But like, it is all about money. And I think the best interest is paying these kids for the hard work that they put in. And of course, like, this has been going on. We've seen the effects. St. John's is good now. Why? Because they're able to pay players. They're able to pay Rick Pitino. He's able to go recruit with NIL money. Like, they're able to go from nothing to something that fast. Why is Bill Belichick at UNC? Because they want to pay Bill Belichick to bring them to prominence. They'll deal with his 24-year-old girlfriend. They're trying to win. You've even seen it with like Deshaun Jackson is coaching Delaware State, and Michael Vick is coaching Norfolk State. And they're trying to attract players off of their names because those schools don't have as much NIL money to compete with the Virginia Techs or even just, I'm not so worried about the effect on youth sports. Youth sports should be unaffected. Now, high school is going to change a little bit, but high school is going to change where I just was using the example of, hey, if Johnny is the best running back in the state, his senior year, he knows he's in the money. That's a great feeling. Not that like, oh, I'm going to get to go to college. I have to worry about illegally accepting benefits. And if I'm the best in my college for 3 years, I can go to the NFL. Then we'll touch some money. Like, what is it going to do? It already has changed the NCAA tournament. The 1 seeds are going to make it. The top seeds are going to make it. The schools with the best NL money, Florida, Auburn, you know what I'm saying? Duke, like the schools with the biggest budgets and pockets and alumni and booster spending. It already was that because these coaches make millions and they have $1 million TV deals. Why are the kids that are the ones scoring the touchdowns and shooting the threes, like, why are they the ones just, oh, no, you're good going to college and illegally, quietly get your bet? Like, no, like, make the whole thing a business. Frank is in Union County on the Fan next. Frank, what are you thinking?
Hey Keith, what's up? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. So on the NIL, I haven't heard this opinion, and I listened over and over on this topic discussion regarding paying them versus not paying them. My take is, why wouldn't they structure it when a college offers them to say one or the other? If you feel confident enough to take the NIL money, go for it. If you want the scholarship, which roughly costs $200,000, $300,000, go for it. But to get both is just silly. I mean, there are people out there that are fighting tooth and nail to be able to afford to go to college, and they get, nothing versus somebody who's going to be able to just play ball. So if you want to just be an employee of the university and play sports, go for it if you want to bet on yourself. But all those other people that are fighting and scratching and clawing to get into some type of school to make a better life for themselves, I don't understand why they have to have both. So pick one or the other. Become an employee of the university.
Because it's a college team and they're students on that college campus, and like they're not just athletes. Like they're student athletes, and one came long before the other.
That's what I'm saying. At that point of decision, you say, listen, you're not going to be a student. You're going to be an employee. You're betting on yourself as a business to go out there and make your money. But you can either pay for your education or you can just go the employee route.
Yeah, but they can't even do that because, like how I mentioned, how they're doing the back pay now. Like they're basically saying, "Hey, sorry, we did only give you the scholarship, and you helped us make money off your back. They're gonna pay kids out going back to 2016."
And listening to you, this is the first time I've heard that tonight with the back pay, and I don't have a good answer for that. If they're on the line in the stands right now, they should make a choice. I don't understand why these athletes feel that not only should they be able to make money, but that they're also entitled.
Because of the money that they generate, because of the ticket sales, the jersey sales, because these college coaches make millions.
The college coaches do, sure. Go ahead and do that. But everybody seems to poo-poo on this multi-$100,000 education that they're offered for free that people pay themselves for.
Yeah, but but those guys can't throw. Those guys can't shoot. It's like the thing is, like those guys that can throw and shoot, they're not necessarily looking to become lawyers, doctors, teachers. They're trying to go pro, and the guys that make the most money are going to be the pros.
Exactly. So make a choice and become an employee and bet on yourself if you don't want to pursue the academic route.
Yeah, but they can't do it. Then it becomes professional sports completely. Like they're still kids. They're still 18, 19, 20-year-old kids going to college, living amongst college kids. I don't know. I understand the call and the angle. I'm never going to rock with that, though, because I lived it. And I lived it broke. I lived it with a bunch of other broke athletes where we were looking at the regular students like, yo, you guys got your mom and dad paying for you to go to college. You go to class a couple hours, then you've got all this free time to do whatever you want. You don't even go to class some days. Us, we got to wake up to run, lift, go eat, be at class. Coach is going to check that you went to class. Your grades better be up. When you get out of class, you got to come to practice or lifting, and it's every day that you're on a schedule. You got to travel. You got to do you literally give your whole life outside of sleep to the university.
It's one of those things, and we all know it now, right? There's no longer student athletes, but now there's athletes. The scholars and the student part of it is really on the back end because these guys, it's almost like they're daring, and I don't know the rules, but it seems like they're daring the colleges and they're daring their professors and their coaches to be like, all right, I got a D-. Kick me off the team. I dare you. Kick me off the team. Let's see how much money you're willing to lose that you just guaranteed me on an NIL deal. So it's a very dicey slope.
They keep these kids' grades up. Like, they make sure that these kids aren't lower than a 1.8 GPA.
Right, but it's not like they make sure of it. You will never be able to convince me that all of these guys are going and all of these girls are going to class when they're supposed to go to class.
Well, it's digital now. That's another part of it, too. They don't physically have to be in class because the technology's there. Let me get Liam and Babylon in before that back music hits us. What's up, Liam?
So I originally wanted to call about, being a negative Nancy about the Mets, but now I'm in on this NIL, and I think this last call I couldn't disagree with more. You talked about Rick Pitino earlier. He was talking about his relation with, he's in like the Greek leagues, and they're free agency year to year.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, and I think that's just a great example of that. This can work out well for the best for the players, where every single year they're kind of getting their own negotiation rights, and I don't think that's a terrible thing.
No, I don't either. Like, it's not. And like, I don't care about regular students, and I don't care about your student loan debt or your parents paying. Like, that was your choice. Like, no one forced you to do that. Like, these kids earned it. Yeah, these kids are ridiculous athletes and have a work ethic, and they earn the opportunity to get a scholarship, and not just a scholarship. Now they are making money because we are in this digital age where they have followers and they have an image, and that is appealing to advertisers. Let these kids eat.
I can say, as a person who went to a MAC school, like no one comes to my school as like, oh, this is where I'm going to end up. It's no, if I come here, Rick Pitino used to coach Iona, which is MAC school, and what's his name, who went to Florida this year. Obviously, this is a stepping ground. And I think it kind of works out better for high school students, where they can have like a middle ground, lower D1 schools, and then it's basically a stepping stone. They get an extra year of development, an extra year of training with real coaches, real hard work, real college classes, and have to move up.
And the back music caught you before it caught me. Walter Clayton Jr., who transferred from Iona to Florida. And I bet he's a millionaire. I bet he's a multimillionaire. After Florida won that championship, he's got $2 million in the bank at least. I don't have a problem with it, man. I want everybody to get money off their talents, their skills, what they can do. I don't care how old you are. If you're making money for a university like that, and they're paying the coaches like that, and they've got TV deals and all that, and you're the best player on the team, you should be eating too. All right, I'm out of here, man. We'll do this again tomorrow after the Yankees. Coming up next is Chris McMonagle. Good night. I gotta take the train tonight too, and I'm beat. Yo, if I didn't answer any of the messages here, just write me on Twitter, Instagram. I gotta run and catch the train. I'm out. Appreciate y'all.